goes first? I see someone there. Which of my critters was there? Oh, they left. They don't like me. They ran away. They were scared. Hi, baby. How you doing? Radioactive goes first. That Bulgarian and Jerry Martin. What's the matter, baby? What's the matter, baby? Huh? Yeah? You good boy. Crimson, howdy. You want to play with the zip tie? Yeah? You weird cat. He's a good boy. Rawr. Fur cam. He's going after it now. Weird cat. Rick Standen, hello. Always void warranties. Hello, Alden. Michael Molinari. Nice. Cool. Someone suggested I post a few of my pictures to Adobe Stock Images and talk about an ego bruising. They rejected every one of my pictures on technical issues. But for whatever reason, they accepted my moon picture. Even though it's horribly grainy, because you're taking a picture of the moon, during a lunar eclipse. They took that shot though. So I guess if it's unique enough, they'll accept it. Kappa. Are you having fun, kitty? Well, 3D printing your own 3D printer is half the fun. Yeah, you're going to shove that right off the table, aren't you? Yeah, the bed on the Chiron is pretty power hungry, but reliable. Oh, I got your tail. I got the tail. Rawr. So why would it affect your 100 amp service, though? I mean, I have 100 amp service and it doesn't bother anything. No, that's the heater and the heat pump. Oh, really? I mean, I have flickering lights problems, but, you know, that's whether the printer's on or not. Huh. It's largely because I use LEDs, so when there's any kind of power interruption, you actually see it. There's no inertia. Like, there's no heated element to keep the inertia going until the power comes back to full power. So, any flicker whatsoever, and you see it in the lights. This is I just happened to be looking at Reddit, and I noticed a statistic for New Mexico, and this is where statistics don't really work very well. Statistics, you know, especially per capita statistics, only really work well when you're comparing city to city, you know, of similar size. So, for example, it says here that the third highest rate for cities for car accidents in winter, for fatal car accidents, Albuquerque is the third highest of 5 per 100K. Well, that's only 30 because there's only 600,000 people here. And for the whole state, it's 4. But there's only 2 million people here. So it's only 80 for the whole state. So, you know, the per capita starts to lose its value. It starts to lose meaning when there's a disparity in absolute numbers between the two cities you're comparing. You know, per capita works when you're comparing, you know, Philadelphia to New York City. It doesn't work too well when you're comparing, say, you know, Philadelphia to Albuquerque, where, you know, a little tiny corner of Philadelphia has more people than all of Albuquerque. Well, most statistics are real. You just have to understand the context for those statistics, because you can very easily twist the context to mean something, you know, a lot more than makes sense. For example, last year we had, I'm going to make up a statistic just to say what I mean. Last year we had, you know, this many deaths in our city. This year we had a 200% increase in deaths. Well, last year we had 1. This year we had 2. It's not a lie. It's a 200% increase, you know, or 3. You know, it is a 200% increase. I hope so. I'll have to check, but I haven't weighed myself in a while. Thank you for dropping by, Leandro. Cool name, by the way. So you, whenever you hear someone use statistics and they intentionally use a vague value, like they use per capita or they use a percentage, the very first thing you should be thinking of is, okay, well, what does that mean in absolute numbers? Because again, 3.99 per 100K is 80 winter fatalities. I mean, sure, you want to reduce those numbers, but 80 is not an awful lot. You just got to remember there's only 2 million people in the whole state. And worse, it's a rural state. So unless you live in Santa Fe, Farmington, or Albuquerque, you're going to have worse roads, worse weather, and worse access to help. So yeah, you got to factor all that in. And a lot of times people will cherry pick numbers and present them in such a way that implies something very different from the actual reality. Like again, 5 per 100,000 in Albuquerque, the 3rd highest rate for cities. That's 30. It's 30. There's only 600,000 people in Albuquerque. So it's not that dramatic, it's like, I wonder if they list any other cities. Although, to be fair, the entire state of Vermont only had 0.8 fatalities. And they only have 623,000 people in the whole state. So, who knows? Hello, Friendship Lights. How are you guys today? Well, all agencies do that to some extent, simply because, they use those statistics to, benefit whatever budget they have or something like that. Most of it's not malicious. It's just, not entirely the truth, I mean, contrary to the way I talk about government sometimes, most of the people aren't malicious. They're not out to get anybody. They're not out to screw anybody. They're just trying to do their job. Ooh, this. They have a new flavor of Lipton herbal tea. Orange blossom. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my, is it good. Doing okay. Getting better. Cats are doing good. Happy kitties. I saw Moonfall yesterday. Good movie. Very, very happy about it. Of course, the science is complete and total bullshit, but it was a good movie. The acting was surprisingly good. The writing was actually halfway decent. I mean, some of the emotional scenes were actually reasonably well done. Wind farms pull the skin off a rice pudding. What does that mean? Very weak. What's very weak? Nope. No explanation. I'm in a group on Facebook, a private group of people, and about 35 of us got booted out. No explanation. Just, we're terminating your membership in the program. That's it. No explanation, no reason, no nothing. Shit happens. I've got enough stuff to make videos about for several years, so I got a lot of stuff. Pretty good, Ronald. Yeah, I got this off of that program. I love this. It's a utility knife. It's all titanium. Even the blade is titanium. So that's pretty cool. That's like $50. That's an expensive little critter, but it's all one big hunk of titanium. I wonder if the screws are titanium. Yeah, I probably have a link. Hang on. Yeah, no explanation. I think every now and then they just clear out certain people regardless. Like, you don't have to do anything wrong. They're just like, okay, you're done. Because, I mean, you got people like me who got $150,000 worth of stuff, and you got people who've ordered less than, $800 worth of stuff who got booted with no explanation, no reason. I've even asked, and they're just radio silence, no explanation given. It sucks, but, what can you do? There it is. Hey, actually, it's $36. The price has come down. Well, it's not a win or a loss for them. I guess they just want new eyes on the program every now and then. Because, like, right now, a bunch of new people are being added. So I guess they just want to clear out some of the existing people and let new people in. And, I mean, it sucks, but it might be a blessing in disguise, because I was kind of getting carried away with it. Well, to be fair, it's not Bezos' fault. And trust me, I hate Bezos. The city agreed to do it. And so he said, okay, go ahead and build the boat. So that's on the city, not Bezos. Yeah, I got all kinds of crazy shit. I got titanium cups, titanium stoves, titanium sporks, titanium carabiners, titanium sporks, and cook pots, and well, that's what I mean. The city approved it. I'm doing okay, Matt. So the city approved it and said that they would take care of the bridge. So obviously, if the city had said no, Bezos wouldn't have built the boat. At least not at that company. And yeah, I got 2 of them. That's where I got lucky. I mean, this screen, it's a $4,000 Sony TV. You know, it's an A90J. It's their newest top-of-the-line OLED. And I got lucky. I just happened to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I pull my phone out. I hit refresh on the page, and there it is. And I'm like, wow. I didn't even read the description. As soon as I saw Sony OLED, I just clicked, you know, I want this and send it. You know, and then I went back and looked at what did I just order? Because I didn't know what I ordered. I just knew it said Sony and OLED, and I wanted it. And I know anything Sony is going to disappear like that. And so I grabbed it, and then I looked back, and I looked, 65-inch OLED Sony? And then they put the A80J, that's the $2,700 OLED, they put that one in my RFY, so recommended for you. So that one wasn't even a rush, you know, I could take my time and read it, because, you know, it was in a separate category. And so I was like, what the hell? I grabbed that one too. And so my sister has a 65-inch Sony OLED in her bedroom. It takes up her entire wall. It takes up the whole entire wall of the room. So her room is literally a little movie theater. Is that bento box titanium? Yes, it is. I got a titanium bento box. I got a titanium flask. Titanium pens. Yes, it arrived with the corner cracked, and they replaced it. No, I still have to follow the rules. You know, you're still bound by the rules, even though you're not in the program, and it's still an ethics thing. So I've got to wait 6 months before I can sell stuff. Well, to be fair, he wanted a mega yacht build that would require the bridge to be moved. They got approval from the city. The city said, no problem, we'll disassemble it and then put it back. And now the citizens are freaking out, but the blame belongs to the city, you know, because, you know, they're the ones who agreed to move the bridge. So, I'm not a Bezos fan, but that wasn't his fault. So the citizens said that if they take apart the bridge, they're going to throw rotten eggs at the yacht as it goes by. That's funny. Do a bit of DIY. That's funny. Hang on, guys. Right with you. No, on one of the Facebook groups, someone got a message that appears to be from Workforce Solutions, Department of Labor, for New Mexico. Here it is. So they got this message. Now let's dissect this message. This is something that's important. It's good information for all of you to have. First of all, that's not a New Mexico phone number. New Mexico is going to be 505 or 515. That's the first thing that's going to tell you that something's not right. The second thing that's going to tell you that something's not right is this is the website for the Department of Workforce Solutions, New Mexico. Notice Department of Workforce Solutions, State, New Mexico, U.S. That's a standard government address, except that's not the URL you're going to. This is the URL you're going to. filing.nmdws.ui-st.icu. That's the actual address. Not only do they try to make pretend of the address, see how it has NMDWS, filing, UI, that's unemployment, state, and then the domain name is ICU. That is not a government domain name. It'll be .gov or .us. And then they use both of the normal standard domain names that you would normally go to, samdws.state and dws.state.mdus, but these are not the domain name. These are after the first slash, which is right here. This is the domain name you're actually going to. On top of that, it can get worse. On a website, you can actually make the text of the link this, while the actual URL jump is this, meaning this is very obviously a scam. Now, what if you get a message that you think might be legitimate? Like this one here, this one is very clearly a scam. It's going to a .icu, and it's not a New Mexico area code. And on top of that, no official agency or business is going to contact you by text message. None will do that. They won't, because this is almost always a scam. Even if they do send you by something by text, it's not going to include a link. It's going to simply instruct you, log into your account. And then when you log into your account, it'll then present you with, hey, you need to do this. Okay? They're never going to include a link because 99.9% of the time, it's a scam. Now, good OPSEC is to, even if you know the link is legit, okay? Matter of fact, the only time you should ever actually click on a link is for like an email verification. Like you log into a website and it says, we are now sending you a message. And they're even moving away from that. They're sending a code and you type in the code. And you also have to be careful with codes. For example, codes will never be generated over the phone. And you will never give that code to anybody. Because what will happen is they will go to your credit card site, try to do your forgot password thing, and then say, okay, I'm sending you a link while talking to you on the phone. And then they click on the forget password, send a reset email. You get a reset email and you think it came from this person on the phone, and they say, give me the number that comes up on the screen. You're giving them access to your account. Never, ever, ever do that. So good OPSEC practice is to never click on a link, even if you know the link is legitimate. Instead, what you do is you would open up a different browser or even a different device, go to the website yourself directly, and log in without using a link. if they need you to do something, it will pop up and present itself when you log into the website. Never, ever, ever click on a link in a text message. This one is a particularly egregious fraud. It's got a clearly fraudulent URL and a non-applicable phone number that doesn't make any sense for this state. What is that area code? Is that New York? Texas. So 936 is a Texas area code. So yeah, that's a particularly egregious fraudulent message. They're going to ask you to log in. That's going to give you it's going to give them access to the site in your account. It's going to give them access to your account because you're going to think you're logging into the site and you're going to put in your legit username and password, and now they have your username and password. Always scam. Always. An official government system is never going to send you a message like this anyway, and if they did, I'd complain because that's just, it's fraudulent. It's always fraudulent. So I just wanted to type a reply to, just to give them a little education on that. Always scammers. What are you going to do? ...2018 Kia Soul with 6,000 miles, but it has a salvage title. $14,000. Nope. You ain't getting 14 grand for that. Not with a salvage title. You get 1/2 of whatever its normal market value is. That's why I was able to get my $14,000 Kia Soul for $7,000. Because it has a salvage title. I mean, 6,000 miles is nice, but still. Yeah, they're selling for about 17, which means you can get 8 or 9. Maybe with the 6,000 miles, he might be able to get 10. Well, this car looks perfect. Looks like there's nothing wrong with it. He's got all the, paperwork for it. Most likely, it's similar to mine. It's a theft recovery. Like the one car I looked at was a front end collision that they repaired. Yeah, as soon as I started the engine and heard that engine knock, I was like, nope, I'm walking away from that. Whenever the insurance company writes off the car is issued a salvage title because the insurance company wrote the car off for full value. So, for example, if someone steals your car, they're going to write off your car, assuming you have comprehensive coverage. They're going to write off your car and cut you a check to go get another car. What happens if they get the car back? Well, now the car has a salvage title, and they're going to resell it. He called it a rebuilt title, but he's just trying to use a nice word to say salvage title. In many states, you have 2 different variations of title. So the thing is, with a salvage title, the car is instantly worth one half whatever its retail value is. Period. Non-negotiable, non-discussable. The reason for this is pretty simple. That's what the insurance will pay you. I have a 2017 Kia Soul with, it came with 69,000 miles on it. It's the Plus, so it's got some of the extra features, backup camera and Bluetooth and all that stuff. But I got it for $6,800 because that's what it's worth. No matter how good a condition it is, that's what it's worth. How do you know what it's worth? Well, if you bought the car and you wrapped it around a tree tomorrow, what is the insurance company going to give you for it? The insurance company is going to give you a maximum of one half of its retail value. Period. Because it's a salvage title. That means this car was already written off and it was paid out. So even though my car, even though a 2017 Soul is worth 14 grand, with the salvage title means it's worth about 7. Which means if the car gets stolen tomorrow, my insurance company is not going to give me more than 7 for it. Now, for a slightly older car like mine, that's okay. I could probably find another salvage title car of similar value. But it's a huge risk because they're going to give you 7 grand, and now you have to go find another car for 7 grand. And the only way you're going to find a car even remotely as nice as the car you had is to find another same year salvage title car. Because if I try to go get another 2017 Kia, it's going to be a $14,000 or $15,000 purchase. They only gave me half of that. Okay? So it doesn't matter how nice the car is. It doesn't matter how low miles it is. It doesn't matter how good a shape it's in. One half. Because that is all you can insure it for. Unless you paid with receipts to have the full value of that car restored, meaning you repaired everything professionally, you got receipts, you got the state inspection, you got a reconstructed title, you actually went through all the paperwork, which no one does, to do all that, then the value can be restored. You can recalculate a new value for the car. But as long as that car has a salvage title, it's one half. The retail value for a 2018 Kia Soul is $17,000, which means the most you're going to get for it is $8,500. He might get $9,500 just because of the only 6,000 miles, and if it was salvaged for theft recovery, which means there's no mech damage. If there's any mech damage, forget it. You're at $8,500. And that's it. It's just a fact of nature. It's a reality. There's nothing you can do about it. You're getting half of retail value. Anybody dumb enough to pay $10,000 for that car, God help you if you crash it, because the insurance company is going to give you 8. So he might get it. In this crazy market, he might get it. But the reality is the car's worth $8,500, $9. Not the $14,000 he wants. He wants almost retail. Yeah, I heard something about that trucker thing going across the whole country or something like that. This building looks like it was 3D printed and they had a real bad layer shifting problem. That's good. Oh my god. What are we at? Huh. Oh, at least that neck ache is starting to go away. That was starting to annoy me. Hey, something I used to do before is I would buy up used camera gear and make kits. You know, complete, total kits. Absolutely everything you need to get into digital photography. And so I'm going to try that again. I need to make some money. So if anybody's interested in a full-on DSLR camera kit, let me know. So, you know, it'd be older 6, 8, and 10 megapixel cameras, you know, like D40, D60, D100, 20D, stuff like that. And what I do is I replace all the parts, missing pen, missing caps, you know, straps, the covers, extra battery, memory card, 2 lenses, wide angle and telephoto, case, everything, the whole shebang. And so if anybody's in, it's going to be about $400, and that'll be a complete kit, everything you need. You will need to buy nothing. So let me know if anybody's interested in that. Hi, kitty. How you doing, baby? Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're such a good boy. Come here. Come here. They want to see you. There you go. How you doing, baby? No, this is not for, you know, people who just want to take a picture of their iPhone. This is people who want to get into photography as a hobby. You know, I mostly use my phone too. You know, it just makes sense. It's the one you have on you. What's the best camera in the world? The one you got on you. That's the best camera in the world. Because I mean, you could have a nice Nikon D200, you know, and you know do something with that. But if it's sitting at home on your shelf when you're 30 miles away at an accident site, it's a paperweight. But now you want to get a cool picture of that eagle or that butterfly or that cool landscape scene, your iPhone's not going to do such a great job anymore. Hi, baby. You good boy. Yeah. I mean, to buy a starter kit, you're looking at $1,000 or more. And yeah, I mean, look at some of the hummingbird pictures I got. Good luck catching that with your iPhone. But so now I got a whole bunch of camera bodies. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 here and 3 more coming, and all the different lenses. So you won't have to hunt down any parts or anything. It'll just be a complete package, everything. I'm even getting all the cheat sheets. So they'll have all the little cheat sheets for what settings and everything. I haven't tried uploading those yet. I just tried uploading what I had, handy at the time. A couple rocket pictures, a couple cat pictures, and just to see, what kind of stuff they wanted or whatever. So I've got to actually got to boot up the laptop because that's where all those pictures are. And hi, baby. Try uploading those, see if they like them. I also found out 500 pics. You can license pictures through them too. So I got an account there too. I figure maybe eventually I'll make some residual income. I mean, hell, in the future, if I can make $50 a month, why not? I doubt I'll ever make that much though. You probably have to upload thousands of pictures to have a chance at making that kind of money. Pimple. It's annoying. How you doing, baby? Are you bored? Huh? You want to play with all the stuff on my desk? Yes, you do. If they ever send me one. You know, they gotta send me one. I can't afford to buy one, that's for sure. Cat loves playing with everything. So you'd get the body, all the covers replaced, straps replaced, extra battery charger, memory card, a wide-angle telephoto lens, and a long telephoto lens. So, like for example, a 2880 and a 7200, and oh wow. Idiot. Absolute idiot. Yeah, there's this TikTok story or Reddit story, whatever. The guy worked as a freelance graphics guy, and they fired him, said poor performance, but then continued using all of his content afterwards. Well, because he was a freelancer and not an employee, work for hire didn't apply. He owned all of his content, and it was stored on his private cloud storage space that they were accessing to continue using his content. So he yoinked it all. That's what you get. Oh man. Yeah, I bet. Because once you use even a cheap SLR, once you use a real camera, it's not the same. It's not the same when you try to use a phone cameras are wonderful. They really are great for that pinch shot where you have nothing else and the shot's going to go away in 20 seconds and you don't have time to go grab a camera. It's wonderful. But one of the core problems is they have no reach. For wide-angle landscape shots, they're great. For taking a picture of you and your friends, it's great. But for anything else, you begin to bump into a lot of restrictions. Now, the biggest problem with a proper camera is that, well, number one, they're big. Like here's a complete one. They're big. They're not exactly light. And they're heavy. Yeah, yes, they are a pain to carry around. But when you start to get into more complex things that you want to do with your pictures, you can't beat it. So, well, here's a classic example. This is great for taking group shots. Oh God. So this is your standard like kit lens. This is a 2880. Yeah, this is a 2880. So this is good for taking a picture of your four friends, picture of your cat, picture of your baby, stuff like that. But now I want to take a picture of the Roadrunner, 150 feet away. Well, that's when you pull out something like this. And because you can, the difference with these cameras is you can take the lens off and you can put a different lens on the camera. And you pull out something like this. Now, not only are you going to be able to get that far away shot, but it's going to be a very, very good shot. The downside, however, is that's $1,400 right there. But this never goes obsolete. My first one was stolen, of course, by my brother. But, this lens has been through 3 camera bodies for me. When I get my new camera body, I take this lens off and I put it on the new camera body. So bodies are actually pretty cheap. It's the glass that costs money. You can get an older DSLR camera body for $50, $60. You know, I think that's what I paid for this. I think I paid $50 for that. The glass is where you're going to spend the money. But the nice thing is, like, say you start off with a D40 and you decide you want to move up to the D200. Well, you could take the glass you bought for this and put it on this, so the glass isn't wasted. You know, otherwise nobody'd be into photography except the pros. So, you know, when I decide, okay, I want to get the new camera body, that lens comes off, it goes with me. Well, they only change the, that's the reason they don't change the lens mount. And that's actually one of the reasons why I prefer Canon, because with the Canon line, as long as I buy EF lenses, not EFS lenses, as long as I buy EF lenses, they will fit any digital SLR. No exceptions, except the brand new R line, like the R3 and the R5. That's using a brand new mount called RF, but that's brand new, just came out. And to a point, but usually you lose autofocus. Nikon, I'm a little less familiar with, and it's actually caused me some grief because, for example, Nikon D200, Nikon D40. This camera will use pretty much any current Nikon lens made. AF, AFD, AFP, E, whatever it is, this will use it. Even this camera. This is Nikon's very first digital SLR ever made, the Nikon D1. So this is their very first digital SLR, made, what, 1997? 2.6 megapixels. Okay, that is the first SLR, digital SLR, that Nikon made. This will also use any current Nikon lens. This, however, will not. This will only work with AFS lenses. Technically, these lenses will work just fine on this camera. They screw on and they work, but no autofocus. To get autofocus, you have to use AFS, so I need to avoid the D line. I need to use the triple digit numbers like D100, D200, not the D40, D60. Because then you're limited to the AFS lenses. And but with Canon, it's easier. An EFS lens will only work on a crop sensor camera, but an EF lens will work on any camera, crop or full frame. So that's why I tend to prefer Canon. Plus, all my glass is Canon. And it's just, you know, once you invest in glass, you're gonna, unless you're rich, you're gonna stay with that brand because you've made the glass investment. I don't know how much money you can make renting them. I can look into it. It's an interesting idea. But I need to recoup my cost, and how much can you rent them for? I don't know what that, I don't know what kind of a rate you can get, you know, renting a camera like that. And then, of course, you have the problem of if they break the camera, you know, you're going to have to be self-insured. So if I put, you know, $200 into a camera kit and they break it before I get my $200 back, that could be a problem. Maybe. Might be easier just to sell the camera kits to the school, because I'd be selling them very cheaply. You know, like renting a decent lens costs, you know, $400 a week. If you want to rent a good lens, you're gonna pay $400 a week for that. So if I could just say, well, the whole kit's $400 and you keep it, you own it, they might rather do that. But that's a good idea, though. I'm gonna contact schools, see if they want to buy camera kits. That's not a bad idea. Especially if I can get a few of the exact same camera. You know, so it's all the same. Not a bad idea. I'll bet you a lot of them already have it, though. Especially around here with all the beautiful landscape scenery. Well, you're not getting cheaper than $400. Nothing's cheaper than that. You know, my goal is to try to sell them for between $400 and $500, depending on which camera it is. So, like, you know, something like this might be the $500 package, because it's got the battery grip, it's got the 8 megapixel sensor, it's the D200, so it's a relatively modern body. But most of them are going to be $400. And, but that will be all inclusive. Like, you will get You will have to buy nothing. Even the SD card reader to plug the memory card into your computer will be included. You know, I got a whole bunch of 512 megabyte compact flash cards, and that's still enough to hold, you know, anywhere between 60 and 110 pictures depending on the camera, so it's more than large enough. But I was able to get those relatively affordably. You know, I got all the replacement caps, because a lot of the times what will happen is you'll get a lens and it'll have the front cap, but it won't have the back cap. So, you know, I've got all those replacement caps coming. Bubble level covers, like half the cameras don't have a strap, so replacement strap. The eye cup, like you notice this one's missing the eye cup, so I got the replacement eye cup coming in, so it'll be total, complete. Everything will be in there. You get 2 lenses, you get 2 batteries, everything. Oh yeah, I will. There's going to be a DVD inside, or actually, I could just put the video on the flash card. Do it like Creality does, just stick the video on the flash card. So, you know, plug this into your computer and watch the video. And so there'll be a customized video. And if I sell it locally, I'll give them a free 1-hour lesson. So I will teach you how to use the camera, how to shoot. Because, you know, they are pretty complex. Like, it even took me a while to figure out how to switch this thing to continuous shutter mode, because it's a simplified camera. It's nice because it's super compact. I mean, look how small that is compared to this. I mean, even not even counting the battery grip. Holy crap. Yeah, I actually was getting ready to 3D print caps, and then I found out I can buy them for 50 cents a piece. So I was like, screw that. I'll just buy them. You know, $10 got me 10 sets of caps. That's 20 caps, because front and back. And so that's 50 cents a cap. There's no point in printing them at that price. So plus I'm a Canon user, so the interface is a little bit different. Yeah, it's fun. It's an idea to try to make some money. You know, what's interesting about digital SLRs is that even an old one like this is still perfectly usable today. You know, this is a D40. You know, they're already at D810s. You know, so this camera is like 15 years old, 10 or 15 years old. But try taking a 10-year-old cell phone and using it. That ain't going to be so nice a experience for you. But a 15-year-old SLR, is there a date on there? No. When did the Nikon D40 come out? Yeah, 2007. 2007. So this camera is 14 and a half years old. Now that's the D40X. So this is even older than that. (2006). Nice. So this camera is 15 years old, almost 14 or 15 years old. Yeah, 15. This camera's 15 years old, and it cost, what did it cost brand new? Probably $1,000. And they sell this for $300 and some odd worth of kit lens, $328. Well, for $400, I'll give you a complete package with everything. You know, it'll have a 4 gig SD card. It'll have 2 lenses. It'll have 2 batteries. All the straps and parts and all that stuff will be there. An entire backpack will be included with it. That'll have everything you need. And well, the interesting is, you're saying, well, what the hell's the point of a 6 megapixel camera? Well, 6 megapixels in an SLR is a completely different animal to 6 megapixels in your phone. It is not even remotely the same thing, because the lenses allow you to bring the subject to the camera. So if you took a picture of what you see on your screen right now in real life with a, a 6 megapixel cell phone, that's what you get. My face is like 1 megapixel of the total 6 megapixels. However, with an SLR, not only are each of those pixels superior by a lot to anything in your cell phone, you have a zoom lens. So you can take this picture. And now my face is 4 megapixels. That's a big difference. On top of that, the sensor in these things is huge. So you can't see it. Yeah, this is Sarah. Let me take this call real quick. Hey Sarah, what's up? I'm on a live stream. Okay. I love you too. Bye. So a 6 megapixel picture from something like this is closer to a 20 megapixel picture from a cell phone. And the difference is really quite dramatic. It's not really comparable. I don't know. What are those components worth? So, what is an LDO frame? What is it worth? And what are the high wind rails worth? If you want to build a Voron and those parts are worth more than 100 pounds, or go for it. But beyond that, I don't know. I've never built a Voron. So what I'm trying to do is to get a lens that's in the, the 28 to 35 millimeter range for your normal shots, and then a second lens in the 200 to 300 millimeter range so you can reach out and touch someone. I mean, when you take something like this, this is only 2.6 megapixels, and that's getting a little low. But this is my personal camera. But when you take that and do this, and now you're at 210 millimeters, all of a sudden my 2.6 megapixel picture is better than your 12 megapixel picture in your current iPhone, because you can't do that and reach out and touch someone. And let's not even talk about speed. I mean, you take a camera like this, not only is each picture fantastic, here we go, but, oh, I don't have it on continuous high. Now this is an antique camera, and it can still do that for 10 or 15 shots. And then of course, for $300 you can buy a 200 to 400 millimeter lens. So now you've got a 6 megapixel sensor with a 400 millimeter lens in front of it. Au contraire, it gets better than that. That is not a full frame sensor. It's an APS size sensor, APS-C size sensor, which means you're going to have about a 1.5 to a 1.6 crop factor. So, for example, this is a 70 to 200 lens, but this is a 7D, which is an APS-C size sensor. So that actually, if you want wide angle, that's bad. That's why I also have a 6D, which is a full frame sensor. So this lens on the 6D gives me 70 to 200 millimeters. But this lens on the 7D gives me 1.6. So 200 times 1.6. So that's equivalent to a 320 millimeter lens. You throw a cheap 400 millimeter lens on there, you have the equivalent of 640 millimeters of reach. Even with a 6 megapixel sensor, that's going to spank your iPhone. Your iPhone will never touch that. And So now that's not good for wide angle shots, because that means you need to use an ultra wide angle lens in order to get a wide angle. Because again, you say, well, let's say you have a 28 millimeter lens. That's a pretty wide angle, right? But it's 28 times 1.6. So it's actually a 45 millimeter lens. So your 28 millimeter lens is closer to your standard 50 millimeter lens. And your 50 millimeter lens is going to be, that's impossible, right? Your 50 millimeter lens is going to be closer to an 80 millimeter lens. So if you want a 28 millimeter shot, you need to buy like a 17 millimeter lens. That's good. Wow. And not even close to the same thing. Those add-on lenses do actually kind of work. And I actually suggest them for certain things. For example, if you buy the really nice ones, which are like 150, 200 bucks, you don't lose that much clarity, and you can get a little bit wider or a little bit more zoom. Yep, we're going to do the Comgrow Z1 today, and this one actually has a cover. Although I think it's just a tent-like cover, which is, I don't know, we're going to see when we open it. But the problem is, well, first of all, it's fixed. So you're stuck at whatever focal length that ends up giving you. The distortion's pretty bad, and you're going to lose a lot of sharpness. Your picture will be zoomed, but it will be soft. If you think you're going to get a picture of that Roadrunner or that Eagle, or you're going to get a nice picture of that Grand Canyon with it, you're kidding yourself. Even the really nice ones, the ones that actually come with a case mount, and each lens is like $100, $130. I have some of those. They do work, but you only get that crystal sharpness on one specific phone. Every other phone, there's catches. The outside might be soft, the inside might be soft, or or you might get vignetting or barrel distortion. It's never going to be the same. They do work in a pinch, but it's not the same thing. While for a few $100, actually for what it would cost you for those 2 or 3 lenses for your iPhone, you could buy an SLR package. This is not for people taking pictures of their pets and their kids and taking pictures, while visiting Las Vegas. That's not what this is for. This is for people who want to get into photography as a hobby. They want to take pictures. And then you start playing with filters. Where did that knife go? You start playing with filters and add-ons and, shooting black and white pictures and stuff like that. You start doing all kinds of fascinating things. Take a picture of the moon and try that with your iPhone. And you can even get reasonably decent equipment for a surprisingly low price. For example, you can buy a used Sigma 150-200 or 150-600 lens for about $700. And if you get serious into photography, $700 is not a lot of money. So that's a 600 millimeter times 1.6 crop factor. That's almost 1,000 millimeters of decent, reasonably sharp lens, glass. You can't touch that. I mean, you can take a picture of the moon and look at the craters. Here, I'll show you. Come on. This was taken with a $600, $700 body and a $700 lens. So this was taken with $1,400 in equipment. This is not zoomed, meaning it is obviously it's zoomed with the lens. This is not cropped. This is the picture out of the camera. That's the lunar eclipse. All right, you're not getting that with an iPhone. You're just not. You can't. This is actually just after the full eclipse. So This is the sun peeking out from behind Earth. But, you know, look, you can see the entire disc. I gotta do this again with like a full moon to get a really nice, crisp shot of the moon. But you can't do that without, you know, something like this. And what's crazy though is that you can attach. I mean, this body is like $50 or $60, you know, used. You got to take a gamble. Let's hope it doesn't crash. But you could start off with a cheap body like this and buy nice glass. And when you buy your better body later, you can put that glass on the better body. And that's a big deal. I mean, even pet pictures. Try taking that with your iPhone. Oh, very little. I'm a Birtle 4, and I'm at 7,000 feet. And I can drive 25 minutes away to a Birtle 1. Oh, it's going to hit the dark side, though. It's going to be on the back side of the moon. So we're not going to see the actual impact. But, you know, try taking that with an iPhone. It's never going to happen. I mean, look at this. You're getting a kick out of this. There's my computer screen. That's my Sony screen right there in his eyeball. And then you have the moon. Here's my cat sleeping in his bed. This picture is actually slightly out of focus, and that actually makes it better. I have a clear shot of this, and it's a throwaway. It's worthless. But this slightly out of focus shot, gorgeous. You actually can't capture this with an iPhone. It's not possible. Your iPhone doesn't have enough capacity to control its depth of field to get that shot. That is a surprisingly good picture, even though it's a bad picture. This is more of like an art picture, because you can see it's grainy as hell. This was shot with the Nikon D1. That camera was made in the 90s. 2.6 megapixel, but the warmth of these lights just looks great. I love it. It's a little too green, but when I try to get rid of the green, I get rid of the warmth. So I just leave it alone. I just like that shot. But yeah, that shot right there that's my money shot. I love that. Any of my cameras can take the picture of a backside of a rainbow. You just go to the other side. But yeah, that's just it. And then again, sometimes you get an incredibly great shot from a cell phone. This is a scammer. Hello? Hello? Of course they're not there. And let me show you. And sometimes you just get a great shot with your cell phone. I'll show you a great shot I took just 2 days ago. There it is. Share to drive. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. That number never answers. No fun. Huh. This shot. This was taken. This is only a 2 megapixel picture. That's what pisses me off. It's only 2 megapixels because the this phone has a macro lens. So there's your normal. I think it's 12 or 18 megapixels, but this is a macro lens, so you can get stupidly close. I was almost touching the icicle, but the picture came out wonderful. But it's only 2 megapixels. But you know, it's all right. No, you're actually dead wrong on that, and I'll explain why in a moment. Look at that shot. That's the top of my car with an icicle off the roof rack. And it was just such a nice shot. I love this shot. You know, like I said, what's the best camera in the world? The one you got on you. If that's a crappy flip phone, then that's a crappy flip phone, because any picture is better than no picture. Alright, so that tells me you don't entirely understand how a camera works. Because this is a film camera. This digital Nikon D1 is a film camera. This is a Nikon F5. And they just slapped a digital back onto a Nikon F5. And it's using the same exact lens with the same exact curvature as the film camera lens. A film camera does not record a curve. A film camera is flat, like a sensor. You are literally laying a piece of film on a flat plate behind the camera body. So there's, matter of fact, if you shoot with a camera, it's over there, I'm not going to get it, but assume this is my 6D, okay? The 6D is a full frame camera, which means it has the exact same 35mm flat patch on the back as your 35mm film camera does. There is no curvature in photography. You are shooting onto a flat plane. The lenses have curvature, but that's why there's like 15 pieces of glass in there to make sure none of that curvature reaches the sensor or the film plane. That's why it's called a film plane. Because you need to eliminate all that curvature. Because if any of that curvature reaches the film plane, your picture's not in focus. So the depth has nothing to do with it. There is no depth. You're shooting a two-dimensional plane. There's no such thing as depth in photography. Now, your focus has depth. That's called DOF, or depth of field. So when you shoot a photograph, you're focusing on a subject. So think of it like, can you see this? Kinda, yeah. So let's say you're shooting this. Well, you're going to have a foreground object, and you're going to have a background object. Alright? So this is your target. Let's call this the background. And this is the target. Alright? So you focus on this. Is this and this in focus? Well, that depends on your depth of field. If you close down your aperture to a smaller aperture, you increase your depth of field. So I can go at 2.8, shoot this, and this will be blurry. Or I can go at, f11, and this will be all in focus. Well, it'll be within the focal field. There's a limit. If you go too high, you get into diffraction. That's where the light, okay, so you're shooting through a hole, okay? And that hole is called aperture. That's the little iris in the camera that goes like this. Actually, I can show you. Probably better on the small lens. Where is that other camera? Where'd the D200 go? There it is. Actually, no. I need something that has aperture control. That would be this one. Yes, you can see this. Okay. This one gets sticky sometimes. There it goes. So, see that in there? See it getting bigger? That's your aperture. Oops. So that there is your aperture. So this is f4. I fly it every now and then. That's f4 and that is f22. Now there's a problem if you go too small in aperture. Think of it like a ring, and your water is flowing through the ring. When the ring is really big, the water almost never hits the ring. It's smoothly flowing through the ring. But as you make the aperture smaller, you increase how much of the water hits the ring. And what happens when that water hits the ring? It goes all over the place. Well, light does the same thing. As you make the aperture smaller, because you're shooting light through a lens like this and back out to the side, it's crossing and creating focus. More and more of that light impacts the edge of your aperture iris and gets scattered. That scattering is called diffraction, and that actually makes your picture softer. You can even get to the point where nothing is in focus. You know, everything looks like it's in focus until you actually look at it and you realize that everything is just a tiny bit soft, and that's called diffraction. That's usually why cameras will limit to 22, because anything past 22 and that diffraction gets really, really bad. You know, for a landscape shot, you might want to stop down in order to make everything appear nice and crisp. But for example, like this shot, the focal plane is right here, and so everything in the background is soft, and that's what you want. You want the background to blur away and be soft and not interfere with you focusing your attention on the subject. And that's one of the things that, you know, you learn to do with an actual camera with actual lenses. Well, a large aperture would be less ouch. Smaller aperture would be ouch. Because remember, the next time you take a big shit, whatever size poo comes out of your hole is the size you know what that could fit in your hole. You'll never look at your poo the same way again. Oh, man. Let's see. So which one did they send me? I don't know if they sent me the 5 watt, 10 watt, 1.6 watt. They have 3 different versions of this. This feels pretty light. It doesn't tell me. Well, now isn't that interesting? That's an interesting shield. Look at that. So that protects all the way down. No, this is its own laser. That's actually pretty protective. In fact, I don't even know why they have this on the outside. All they need is this part in the middle here. No, okay, so there is a fan on here, and that fan is hopefully blowing down, which will keep anything from going up inside of this cone. So it has a fan, so I'm guessing this is the 500 watt. Well, you're not going to want to use Canon, because Canon doesn't, they don't prioritize video. So like even my 5DS only has 1080p video. It doesn't even have a monitor output. Yes, this came from Comgrow free of charge. I don't know. I don't do too much video like that. I know the Panasonic Lumix cameras are pretty renowned for their video. They're pretty good with video, but they're not an SLR. You can't take the lens off. I don't know. Probably Nikon. I know Nikon can do 4K. But the problem is your budget. Your budget's very restrictive. Not for photography, it's not restrictive, but for videography, it's restrictive. I guess the question is, do you have any existing glass? Like, are you starting from nothing, so you are brand agnostic, or do you already have existing glass you'd like to use? So, like, I'm going to pick Canon no matter what, just because I have a few $1,000s in Canon glass. So, that's what I'm talking about. Secondhand route. We're not touching brand new. Brand new, you're not getting anywhere near $800. No glass. So if you have no glass, then you're agnostic. You can do anything. I don't know. I would have to research that more. So let's do 4K DSLR. You are probably... no, she doesn't do OnlyFans. You are probably going to want to go mirrorless. That my guess is you're going to go mirrorless. So you're not going to be using an old Pentaprism DSLR. You're going to go with a mirrorless camera, which gives you a lot of options. Oh my god. I wish I had a mirrorless camera that was actually nice, because like that Camlan 1.2, or I'm sorry, f1.1 50mm lens. Oh, creamy bokeh. It is so nice. Wow. You do that. So I would definitely go with mirrorless. And I believe Canon's mirrorless cameras will do 4K. And believe it or not, there's a pretty good chance you might be going for either a Lumix or a Sony. She's got more than 3 teeth. Don't say insulting things. She sometimes watches the stream. So please don't say insulting things about her. She's wow. It's too expensive, but the yeah, the Sonys are pretty hot. The specs are pretty impressive. I personally cannot use a mirrorless camera. I have to have a mirror, because I have to have an optical viewfinder. Okay? So I have to be able to look through this screen. And Michelle's my sister. She's mentally handicapped. So don't say insulting things about her, please. And the problem is, a mirrorless camera, by definition, is going to have an electronic viewfinder. Now, for your normal shooting, that's fine. But when you're trying to shoot a missile that's going, 400 miles an hour at 40 Gs, yeah, you try to do that through a mirrorless camera. Good luck. The Sony, I have a feeling this is too expensive. The Sony A7S Mark III will do 4K at 120 frames per second. Wow. What does the Sony A7S III sell for? Nope, we don't want Amazon, we want eBay. You are okay, too expensive. $3,000. Way too expensive. So that must be a modern camera. How about A7S? Excuse me. Do as I tell you to do. So you can get an A7S for under $600. Here's one for $599. So no, that's parts only. Pre-owned $650. So the question is, will the A7S do 4K? Oh, Wafflegod's just playing around. He's not being rude. He's just trolling. Let's see. Does it do 4K? Yes. Okay, so that might be an option. So you can definitely get a Sony Alpha 7 class camera for under $800. It's $824 for the body only on Amazon, or on eBay you can get one for about $600 to $650, which is what you want because you're gonna need money for a lens. You got to have at least one lens. Let's see. Is there a kit? Here's a Sony A7S for $940. That comes with a 28 to 70 lens and a low shutter count, which is good. Although shutter count is not as big a deal for mirrorless because usually it's the shutter and mirror that are the problem for the mirrorless cameras. Most of the mirrorless cameras have no mirror, and they also have no shutter. It's electronic shutter. Usually, not always. But yeah, here we go. Let's see. And also, a lot of these mirrorless cameras can use regular lenses as well with an adapter and still have autofocus. Here's $1,000 for one with, looks like a 2.8 35 millimeter. So yeah, for under $1,000 you can get an A7S with lens, and it will also do 4K video. So that would probably be a pretty good option. Wow, this one's got a cage, which is nice when you're doing video because you can mount things to it. So that's this one here. And that's a buy it now of $634. Holy shit. So that's going to be $670 with shipping and tax. And that will get you a Sony A7S with an Andor cage, which is a pretty nice option. Actually, that's a nice price for the camera by itself. Is there anything wrong with it? Everything still operates. Everything's still functional. 18,000 pictures, which is low. That's great. Camera, cage, battery, and charger. No lens. But still, for $670, you've got money for a lens. That's not bad. That's pretty good. So let's do a search for Sony lens. I'm pretty sure it's an E-mount lens. Yes, it's an E-mount. So there you go, $60. We'll get you a f2.8 28 millimeter. They got E-mount adapters. Here's that 33 millimeter f1.6 for $60, $65. So yeah, there's lenses. And the lenses can be incredibly compact because it's mirrorless. So you can mount the rear element of the glass much closer to the sensor than you can with a regular SLR because the mirror is not in the way. There's no mirror in the way. So you can have a focal plane 3 millimeters from the lens. They actually have filters that you can put inside the camera between the lens and the body. It's pretty cool. So like here's a so here's for Sony E-mount. Here's a crazy 10 millimeter lens for $65. Look at this. Look how skinny that lens is. That's incredible. Wow. That's a fisheye lens, but still, it's f8, so it's not very bright. It's a dark lens, or what we call a slow lens, but still, you could just leave that on the body. You know, I want to get a mirrorless camera for just because of all the wacky lens options that are possible with a mirrorless camera. You know, lenses that are completely impractical for a regular camera because they would be stupidly expensive to make are practical and feasible with a mirrorless camera because the lens glass can be a lot smaller. Like a 70 to 200 2.8 lens for a Sony E-mount would be half the size or a third the size of the same 70 200 millimeter f2.8 lens for my SLR, which means the glass is a whole lot cheaper. You know, a 35 millimeter f1.7 lens for my camera is like 6 times the price because you just need more glass. Here's a Sony 16 to 50. Might be something wrong with it. You'll have to check. $70. So you can get glass affordably. Here's this. This is an adapted lens, so I don't know if it has autofocus, but it's an 80 to 200 for $60. God damn it! I want a Sony E-mount camera now. Look at all these lenses you can get so cheap. Now a lot of these are going to be manual focus lenses, but shit! Look at all the lenses you can get. Cheap! Wow. That's normal. I have one of these for mine. Holy crap. No problem. But yeah, you're oddly enough, me personally, I would have to look at it. Like, I might go with Canon's mirrorless. Only because I have a lot of Canon glass, and with a simple adapter, I can use all of my Canon glass on the mirrorless camera. So I might go with a Canon mirrorless just because of that. But if you're starting off agnostic, you might want to go with Sony. I mean, the Sony Alpha line of cameras has been seriously kicking ass. And you wait a couple of years, this $3,000 body will be $1,000. So you could upgrade to this nicer body later on down the road because, you know, the lenses, the glass is what retains the value in a camera. The body doesn't mean anything. Because as much as these old bodies are as good as modern bodies for a beginner photographer, you can always upgrade the body. I mean, I got a Canon 5DS for $900 with tax and shipping. That's a 50 megapixel camera. $900. You know, new it was $4,000. Well, now 10 years later, it's $900. So, you know, a couple of years down the road, this body will drop dramatically in price as they release newer and newer bodies, and people want the newer bodies. That the newer bodies come out at about the same price as the previous body, which pushes down the price of the previous bodies. So as you can see, the A7S Mark III is a $3,000 body, while the A7S is a $600 body. So, well, he wants video. He wants to do videography. So you're definitely going to want to go with mirrorless. I know Lumix is well known. Panasonic Lumix is well known for that. But I hear a lot of good things about Sony. What else do they have here? Well, you have Blackmagic, but you're not getting that for $800. Like there's the Panasonic Lumix. There's another Lumix. Wow, it'll shoot 6K, 10-bit. That'll allow you to crop and still be 4K. That's actually pretty cool. Full frame 4K? Nice. I bet you that's a lot of money. 2020, so this is a new camera, so it's going to be a lot of money. Yeah, $1,900. Still, full frame 4K is pretty sweet. But again, the nice thing about the Sony E-mount is all these lenses. I mean, a lot of these lenses might be manual focus. A lot of them are going to be old lenses. But because of the weird way that mirrorless cameras work, allowing you to mount that lens close, it's possible to adapt all of these lenses to mirrorless cameras that you can't do with a regular SLR. These are SLRs, but they're mirrorless SLRs. So just having access to all of this lens architecture is pretty cool. Now maybe these cameras have equal access. I don't know. That's something you'd have to look into to see if these cameras have the ability to attach to those lenses like the Sony E-mount can do. I don't know, but I would be leaning toward either Lumix or Sony. And I have a feeling I would probably pick Sony. If I didn't get a Canon mirrorless, just because I have Canon glass already, I would probably get a Sony. Damn, the A7 IV is out. Whew, that's expensive. There's a Sony 18-55 for $80. Remember, the only reason I would pick Canon is because I already have Canon glass. You don't have any glass. So pick based on price and specs that you like. Once you've narrowed down a body you like, hit YouTube. There's tons of videos for all these cameras. Let's see. So like here's the Camlan 50mm lens that I just drool over. I would limit yourself to these options. So Sony E, Fuji X, Canon EOS M, and M 4/3, micro 4/3. These appear to be the four most common standard that they make lenses for. So I would make sure whatever camera you got uses one of these mounts. So make sure it's either a micro 4/3, a Canon EOS M, a Fuji X, or a Sony E mount. This way, this appears, whenever somebody comes out with a new lens, these are the four that they tend to make them for. So I would make sure whatever camera you got used these. Now you see, for shooting film, for shooting still pictures, I only need a few select lenses, and most of the lenses that I need are big reach lenses. So like my Sigma 150-600, my Canon 70-200 Mark II 2.8, those cover 90% of what I need to shoot. But when you're doing video, variety of lenses could be a big deal. It can change softness and focus. It can change light quality. It changes what the bokeh looks like. Lenses can give your video a feel that you want. And one of the reasons all these old lenses work with these new cameras is because video is lower resolution than photography. 4K video is only an 8 megapixel image. That's not a lot of resolution. For video, it's a lot. But for a picture, it's not. I mean, my camera shoots 50 megapixels. But for video, 4K is not actually all that much. You have to go to 8K or 33 megapixels before you actually get any kind of resolution. Even 4K is only an 8 megapixel image, and most of that old glass is capable of producing a decent 8 megapixel image. So where that lens would fail at 25 or 50 or 45 megapixels, it doesn't fail at 8 megapixels because you're just shooting video. And but now you can take advantage of all the other qualities of that lens that give you that impact that you want for video. So I would make sure whatever lens you got used this. I mean, look at this. This is and this lens is now sharp. Apparently the Mark 1 version of the lens was not that great, but the Mark 2 is dramatically improved. This is an f1.1 50mm lens. That's incredible. To put this in perspective, each time you drop the number, you double the amount of light you're getting. So an f1 lens takes in twice as much light as an f2 lens. It's a big difference. This allows you to shoot moonlight pictures, candlelight video, stuff like that that you could never shoot even with a nice 2.8 Canon lens. And go watch the reviews on this Mark II, the Mark II version of this lens. The first one was a bit soft. The focal plane wasn't too clean, but this Mark II version apparently is very good. Go watch some YouTube videos on this lens. You know, I want to buy one of these cameras just for this lens. Just because I want this lens so badly. I can't afford it, but I want, you know, a mirrorless camera just because I want to play with this lens. You know, this lens, you know, makes shots like this and shots like this less happenstance. You know, less luck. Like, you could aim for those shots because that lens gives you those options. So just having access to that assortment of lenses is worth it. So whatever you decide to get, shoot for something that is one of these 4 mounts is what I would suggest. And you'll basically be able to use any goddamn lens you want. I mean, anything. The sky's the limit. So when I go to get one, it will either be a Sony E or an EOS M. What sucks is I had a mirrorless camera, and I actually had a very rare mirrorless camera. You can't even buy it anymore. I had a Nikon J1 with both lenses, the wide angle and the telephoto, in yellow. You can't even buy the yellow one anymore. You can get the pink one. I'm actually thinking about it. I like the pink one. The pink one's cool. But the Nikon 1 mount is not common. Like, none of these will fit the Nikon mount. Unless it's a Micro Four Thirds. I'll have to check to see what kind of mount. What is that? It is an actual Nikon 1 mount, so it's proprietary to Nikon. Which means I would not be able to get this lens for it. Which means I don't want it. But, yeah, I love that. I love that camera. It was just a nice little camera. My brother stole it, sold it. But that was a nice little kit. Let's see what we got in here. We got to get going on this. We're dilly-dallying too much. But yeah, just stick with those 4 mounts. We have... oh, this takes SD cards? Because there's an SD card reader in here. Interesting. Micro SD card, tools, belts, etc. No problem. I just don't want to mislead you and give you information that's beyond my scope. That's why I'm being hesitant there, is that I don't have much experience in that realm, so I don't want to take you down the wrong road. But that's definitely the right road. Sticking with that kind of stuff. Ooh, nice big pieces of plywood. That'll be interesting. Well, it's got to be the 5-watt model, because there's no way the 1.6 is cutting through that. Nuts, bolts, caps, hammer nuts, etc. Screws. Power cord. Oh, you guys want to see something neat? You want to see something really cool? We're not going to mess with it today because I got to print some parts for it still. But Michael Mullerini is working on something really cool. An itty bitty belt printer. They call it a baby belt. Yeah, baby belt. How cool is that? Is that freaking wicked or what? Oh, I can't wait to play with this. I am so excited about playing with this. Oh man, I want to play with that so bad. Laser goggles. What is that? That looks like a radio transceiver. Because I see an antenna on there. And that's some sort of a radio transceiver. That came from Micah Molinari, I think his name is. But yeah, that is adorable. From what I'm gathering, they're trying to keep the BOM below $100. That's all. Nothing's final yet, but they're trying to keep the BOM for that under $100. Is that Wi-Fi? I figured, I knew it was a radio transceiver, but I didn't know if it was Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. Hey, this one has limit switches. And that limit switch is broken. I'm pretty sure that limit switch is broken. Maybe not. It might just not be a clicker. But that limit switch feels broken. Where is my meter? Yeah, that actually makes sense that it would be Wi-Fi. I don't think any of these have ever come with Bluetooth, so Wi-Fi is most likely. That'll do it. The artificial sweeteners will many times give you the dumps. Okay. Why am I not getting tone? I need tone here. There we go. Yep, this is shot. The button is either stuck on or just not working at all. It is stuck as a... Either this is a normally closed and it's not engaging, or it's a normally open and the button is jammed. That is not good. Oh yeah, that's shot. That's destroyed. Ah, I may have fixed it. I think I just fixed it. Yep. See? On, off. On, off. Fixed it. Yeah, that should be fine. The housing got tweaked and it was being pulled apart, so the switch couldn't engage. I was able to push it back together, and now we have a clicky switch. So, Comgrow, be careful with packaging. Make sure the switch, they actually have an opening here for it, but it's still got tweaked or something, probably when they were packing it. Now, there is a little cutout for it here, but yeah, that got tweaked a little bit in packaging. Ooh, a big thick one. Enhancing your imagination. I like the stiffer cross beams. I actually like that. I like when they make things nice and stiff. So this does take an SD card, but it has no display. Would have been nice if it had a display. This is most likely power supply. Yepper. We have 24 volts, 4 amps. Why won't this come out? Come on, there we go. Is there anything else in here? No, looks empty. Let's pull the foam out and give the cats their new toy. Have to pay the cat tax. Oops. I dragged that off the screen. That does look empty. Nothing's in there. Here you go, kitties. New box for you. Yeah, I'm super excited about that belt printer. There's some parts that it was damaged in shipping, so I gotta reprint some of the parts. They're gonna send me updated parts to print. But I'm super excited about trying to play with that because that looks so adorable. That looks so ungodly adorable. Oh my god. I was like, no way! That's too cute! Those must be the legs. Okay. Instructions. Let's get the other cam set up. Most likely about like that. God damn it. I need to get a wide angle adapter for that camera. You know, maybe a stick-on lens to make it wide angle. Oh, I need to get my top-down camera put back in. Have you seen the grand piano that's playable being funded on MMF? On My Mini Factory? No. Oh, wow. A little tiny piano. It's right on the main page. There's a link to it. That's too big. I'll just go to... Link is too big. Just go there and it's right on the main page. Well, they've already met their goal. Let's see. Oh, $57. I can't afford that. Micro jib. That's kind of cool. That is pretty slick. I know. That's what makes it cool, that it actually works. That music better be from the piano, or that's a bad idea, because people are going to think that came from it. That's cool. Well, it is a toy piano. I mean, it's not much bigger than your hand. Probably needs to be tuned as well. And no matter how you spin it, that's pretty cool. Now, if that $57 included all the hard parts, meaning all the non-printed parts, that'd be pretty cool. But I'm guessing that, do you actually get the piano? Like, is the $57 getting you the piano, or is it just getting you the STL files? That's not a big print. Ender 3 can print that. Maybe. But do you get the hardware? Do you get the springs and screws and wires and all that? Or are you just buying an STL? Because if that includes all the hardware, that might be worth $57 to me. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Either which way, it's amazing. Wow. That's pretty damn cool. That's pretty neat. Truly is mind-boggling what people can come up with. People with way more skills than I got. Well, oddly enough, it's probably not a bad deal, even if it's just an STL. But for me to justify the price, I mean, that's just me. I have a limited budget, but even if it was the hardware, I probably couldn't afford the $57. But still, that's beautiful. It's not that. It's a matter of finances. I mean, you know, I got $3,000 in debt. That's not a whole lot of debt, but when you consider I make $600 a month, that's a lot of debt. And you know, so I've got to be careful. That's why I'm trying to build these cameras to try to make some money. Okay, so these instructions are not quite as good as the other one. It's just 2 bags of parts. The instructions tell you what you need, but you have to figure out what that means. So they don't have the nice separated bags that say step 1, step 2. It's not a huge deal, but that's pretty neat. Yeah, I know what you mean. Of course, it's all relative. You know, for a person who, you know, makes, you know, $3,000 a month, you know, that's nothing. Just buy it. It's an impulse purchase. Okay. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying the price is bad. In fact, even if it's just the STLs, the price is probably not bad on that. He's probably got a couple of thousand hours of work into that thing. But I know what you mean as well. You try to get me on a model where you make it once and then you get residuals. Kind of like what YouTube does. You make a video once and you get residuals. Or you spend 1,000 hours making a 3D model and then you get residuals as it sells. So I know what you mean. Just I gotta figure it out, one way or another. They cheaped out on the wrenches. We got the short wrenches. I prefer the longer wrenches. I mean, these are good enough, but I prefer the longer ones. And also, why cheap out on the zip cords? Only 2? Come on, don't do that. Yeah, that makes more sense. Because what's interesting is that $57 would actually be a bit too cheap if they provided the hardware. Just the manual labor alone of putting together each hardware kit would greatly increase that price. But I guarantee you he's got hundreds, if not thousands of hours into producing that. I mean, that's a lot of work. So I'm not trying to say his work is not worth the money. I just can't afford it. But damn it, that's beautiful. It never ceases to amaze me the skill, the innate talent that some people have. I mean, look at this. That's just that's just fucking cool. You know what I mean? And you know, someone thought of that and made it real. Okay, so let's get our parts set up. That is going to be our cross beam and our feet. Laser head is probably going to be last. Put that aside over here. Hey, I saw that. The Turbolean clock, like an actual functioning clock, that's pretty freaking neat, especially for a 3D printer. You ever watch a video of someone restoring an old watch, you know, a pocket watch or something like that? As you see them take it apart and you realize someone made that. If you make $3K a month, you're in the 55. You're right at the 50th percentile, because that's $36,000 a year, and 50% of the entire country makes less than that. About 55% of the country makes less than that, because the median per capita income in the U.S. is $34,000. So 55% of the country makes less than that. So if I made $3K a month, I would want for nothing. My costs are $600 a month. If I made $3K a month, I would want for nothing. We could, if Michelle wants to eat out every single night, no problem. I mean, what's $50 a night? You know, that's $1,500. I could do that with $3K a month, and still pay for my expenses and still have $700 left over. So, you know, we wouldn't do that because that'd be wasteful. But you know, want to go on a trip? No problem. You want to go to Murph and Earth every year? No problem. You know, want to go to every local rocket launch? No problem. $3K a month? Jesus, what I could do with that kind of income. I mean, well, I guess I made that kind of income in the past. When I was working for VoiceNet, I was making $40,000 a year, and that was back in 2001. So what would that be today? Now I'm curious. Let's call it 2,000. I made the equivalent of $65,000 a year 22 years ago. $40,000 would be $65,000 today. And no, it's not. It's not. It's not 30%. Nowhere near 30%. Actually, if I had $600,000, I would never have to work for the rest of my life. I could. $600,000 is $20,000 a year for 20 years. I'm not going to live 20 years. That's enough for me to live for the rest of my life, right? No, pre-tax. Pre-tax. $36,000. Let's see. What would I pay in taxes on $36,000? So 36 minus 12400. So I'd be taxed on $23,000. I would have to pay $995 on the first $9,950, and probably about 12% on the last part. So $1,638. So that's $2,633 in federal revenue tax, because you don't get to pay income tax. Then 36,000 times 0.153 plus 5508 in FICA tax, plus 36,000 minus 12,000 times 0.045, 1,080 in state tax, $2,718 a year in taxes, and that's without deductions. Keeping in mind that as a business, I can deduct. So my taxes would probably, oh, that's wrong. What the hell did I do? How did that happen? I think it's like $7,000 in taxes. $7,000 or $8,000 in taxes. And that's before deductions and write-offs. So it would probably be half that. So I'd probably pay about $4,000 in taxes each year. So that would leave me with $32,000 to do whatever I want it with. $32,000 divided by 12 $26.66 a month minus $600 in living expenses. Well, I would lose the food stamps and the health insurance. So we'd also have to subtract $456 for health insurance and subtract $250 for food. I would be left with $1,360 extra per month. I could save up for a bigger house. I could buy a Tesla. Well, I wouldn't buy a Tesla. I'd probably buy a Kia Soul EV or a new Nissan. But I would have $1,360 in excess money after all of my expenses and taxes every month. I think I could live on $1,360 free and clear pretty well. I can go on a trip every single month if I wanted to. South Coast. So, you know, taxes become insignificant once you pass the median. Now, of course, if you expand your lifestyle to consume that income, well, you're going to run into the same problems you do at the lower income levels. But if you can control your spending costs, your costs, like my costs would go up a little bit. So, for example, I would add satellite TV service for, you know, $100 a month because Michelle would like that. I would never watch it, but I know she wants it. So I would probably buy satellite TV service. You know, let's say that costs $125. We would probably keep, you know, Hulu and Netflix. So that's another $30 a month. You know, that brings us to $1,205 a month of excess income still available. I can't think of any other utility that I would need. I can't think of anything. Oh, the bus has got new tires on it. Cost me a lot of money. I got a good deal though. But yeah, I would have, you know, I could expand my life for that $1,200 a month because my heating costs aren't going to go up, my cooling costs aren't going to go up, my electricity costs might go up a little bit because with that kind of money, I could afford to pay to put 200 amp service in here, and I can afford to pay an electrician to put power out in the Connex containers. Fuck it. The Connex containers would stay storage. I would actually probably pay a crane to come in and move those Connex containers to the side of the house and then build a workshop, like actually build a steel structure workshop with a concrete pad. This way I don't have, you know, 3 Connex containers with open walls. I would actually have a 30 by 30 building. And why buy used tires? For that reason. But, you know, with that kind of an income, I would pay to put up a 30 by 30 workshop out back. And, shit. With that kind of income, I would pay to add, you know, 5 or 6 truckloads of soil to the front of the house so that I could raise my entire driveway to be the same level as the house so that I would not have to go upstairs to walk into my house. My driveway would be at the same level as the house. And then just have it gradually slope back down to the normal. Hey, DeWitt! I would do the same thing in the back. I would raise up the property. Well, maybe not. It would be silly. But I could raise up the ground level in the back so I could walk right into the workshop without having to go up and down stairs. That's not really necessary, but I could. You know, the things I could do with an extra $1,200 a month, I would gladly pay my tax bill every month. I wouldn't care. If I'm making that kind of money, I don't care about the taxes. That's what people don't realize. The taxes become smaller as you make more money. You know, you can't look at taxes as a dollar amount. That's not how taxes work. You look at taxes as a percentage of your available income, meaning after your expenses are paid. Your basic expenses. You know, you don't get to count your luxury stuff as basic expenses. But when you factor in basic cost of living, your average minimum wage worker is paying, you know, close to 100% in taxation, which is why they have to cut their cost of living, since they can't cut taxes. As soon as you pass the median point, as soon as you pass that $34,000 median income barrier, taxes stop mattering. That's a good idea too. I think I have the necessary knowledge in this skull to do something like that. I got to figure out how to do it. And of course, it's not going to be easy. Anything that's going to make you money is going to take a lot of work. That's the nature of that kind of stuff. Unless you're already rich, you know, you can't just make money with money. But, you know, us people down here, we actually have to work. So. Only. What do we got here? A generic SD card. It doesn't say how big it is. Does it not say how big it is, or is it a print just tiny? Borrow from your trust? I don't have a trust. Let's see. Let's go to more. Macro photo. It is an 8 gigabyte card. Yeah, it was super tiny. Super tiny text. Like, I can't read that. Look how tiny that text is that says it's 8 gigabytes. Like, what the hell, guys? That is small. There ain't no way in hell that's a class 10 card. I do like the little SD card reader, though. It's kind of nice. So it's got the full-size SD, probably XD, and then on the end here, well, this one is transflash. That's micro. I don't know what the other one is. Maybe mini SD? It's too small to be PlayStation. You know, it's too small. It's too small to be MS Duo. But there's a second slot there for something. That's most likely XD and SD. But I have no idea what that second slot is. Is there? It feels pretty decent too. Like, it's not like super duper cheap. Let us see what is on the card. I'm pretty sure I have the skills. It's a matter of the willpower and the work to put into it. I don't have a trust. Yeah, I wish. Engraving parameters, frequently asked questions, installation guide. It comes with laser Gerbil and light burn, and it comes with a material library. Oh, it comes with different PNG files that you can play with. Some of these look blank, so I have no idea what they are. Yeah, a lot of these are blank. I have no idea what they are. But that one card looks good. Okay, first of all, you never want the leveling wheels all the way down. You want the springs as close to fully compressed as possible. Because the looser the spring is, the more that nut is going to self-loosen as it vibrates and you print. So you want those springs as compressed as you can get them. With just you don't want them fully compressed. You want a little bit of give, because otherwise you won't be able to adjust. But you want them as close to full compression as you can get them. So what you do is you don't loosen the springs, you lower the Z end stop. Now, do be careful. There's a limit to how far you can lower the ZN stop before the X carriage plane hits the stepper motor. But yeah, you want that as low as possible. And then something else I like doing, get yourself a white, silver, or gold Sharpie. And when you get the printer adjusted properly, put a little Sharpie mark on the two wheels on the front there. And this way, if they start drifting, you're going to see it because you'll see the marks move. So, do we have any sample files? I don't know if this is even intended to operate outside of that. Okay, let's get it built. Step 1. Something interesting in view. Take out all 4 profiles and use 4 M525s. We only have 4 very large screws. So that is going to be these 4. If it's a kit, you shouldn't have to move the ZN stop unless you've changed something. Now, I tend to move the ZN stop because I think from the factory they keep the springs too loose. And that's going to cause bed level drift. So as a personal preference, I tend to adjust the ZN stop because I want the springs tighter because that stops the knobs from drifting. So it's like, oh wow, they use just square profile and they're not even using hammer nuts. Well, that's being cheap. So for example, if this is your wheel, as you can see, that wheel pretty easily turns. You know, there's no problem. See how easily it turns? So if I were to just sit here and do this, you see that nut turning? See how that nut's turning as I'm vibrating the screw? I'm not touching the screw. That just because I'm vibrating the screw, that nut is loosening itself. And that's what happens with your printer. When the spring is too loose and not enough tension is being placed on the leveling wheel, just this, the vibration of the printer going back and forth, makes that nut turn until it falls off. But if I apply some kind of force to that nut, just drop the wrench. If I apply a force to that nut, now it doesn't move. I can sit here and vibrate it, and it does not move the nut. So you want the spring tight so that you don't have a problem with the wheel working itself loose. Magnet. Yeah, this orange blossom tea is so freaking good. Oh. It's easily as good as the strawberry mint. We will definitely be ordering more of that. Okay. Once again, the instructions are inadequate. Replace them. Use the yellow springs. Do not buy the higher compression green, yellow, red springs. You want the light duty. They're 8 by 20, 8mm by 20mm. They're dirt cheap. You could buy a whole bag of them for like $5-10 on Amazon. In my Amazon link under 3D printing parts and accessories, you can find them there. Remember, if you use that Amazon link, I earn from qualifying purchases as an Amazon associate. Use the die compression springs. The die compression springs have 2 advantages. One, they have a flat profile. The flat profile means the spring is going to sit straight up and flat like it's supposed to. It's not going to try to buckle or move around like the thin metal ones do, the wire springs. Also, they are stronger, so you're going to get a firmer hold. Absolutely, if you have the wire springs, replace them with the yellow springs. If you tighten down that bed and use the yellow springs, once you have your bed level adjusted, you'll probably never have to adjust it again. I've had printers go for months without me having to touch the bed leveling knobs ever again. Okay, so the problem here is that this is not telling me how to put this together. Let me see if the instructions in here are better, because these instructions are horrible. Why the hell would you open up over there? Is this just the same thing as... Why is this taking so long? There we go. Yeah, I think this is the same thing as the printed book. What? It doesn't tell you how to do it? Why isn't this working? Okay. That is not an instruction book. I don't know what that is, but it's a guidebook. It doesn't help me. FAQ. Video link. Come on, select the whole fucking link. Jesus. Why do you mess with me? Why not just put the video on the SD card? You're already including a video. Oh, what the hell is taking so long? Seriously. I fucking told you to pause. Download. It's a 35 megabyte file, guys, included on the SD card. There, I've now downloaded the YouTube video to be on the SD card. Okay, that's what I needed right there. You see, this is what needs to be in your instruction manual, because that is not in your instruction manual. That just shows the 4 parts being put together. I can put these parts together in 16 different ways. Okay, and that's not including derivatives of those 16 different ways. I need to know what orientation the parts go in, because these parts are not symmetrical. So, for example, well, that's a problem, because that doesn't even match what's here. Okay, it's upside down. Okay, so the clean surface is face up. So that's 32 different ways I can put this together. Okay, so these parts have symmetry. So this part here has these 4 screw holes. So I need to know where to put this and what orientation to put it. And this part has 2 screw holes. I need to know which way to put it and which orientation. So now I know that the 2 screw holes on this one go on the outside. 117 gigabytes? Wow! And then this one goes with, again, the 2 holes on the outside, the 2 closer holes on the inside. Now I know these go this way. So those go that way. And now I know that this piece here, well, the cutout here, that's going to be for your M5 bolt, so that's going to go on the outside. And we're going to have it this way because the markings are going to be on the top. This one is going to be similar. This is going to be on the outside, and the limit switch is facing up the bottom of the printer, but for our building it, it's up. Now I know the orientation of those 4 parts. So that needs to be in the instructions. The instructions need to be clear which side faces up and which direction that part faces, because I can put this part this way, or I could put it this way, or I could put it this way, or I could put it this way. That's 4 different that's 4 different orientations for this one part. Now this one part should be pretty obvious because it has a logo. So I can safely assume it probably goes this way, which is that. So that one I could have guessed, but that part I could have never have guessed. These parts I could have maybe guessed because it does have markings, but I don't know whether the markings go this way or that way. So while this one I could figure out the position, this could also go on this side, or it can go on this side, and the same thing with the other part. That one frame of video right there tells me clearly exactly where every part goes. So that's kind of important to include that. So now we can assemble this. Good threading. It went right in, no problem. Use your fingers, feel along the edge, get that frame nice and square. And then they even have a little plastic cap that goes in the end to finish off that nice square profile. So that's nice because that could be pretty sharp and you don't want to get sliced up by that. So again, we are this way, and this piece goes on this way. Any other screws, you have the markings facing down. It only has markings on one side. There we go. It's a 400 by 400 burn area. It has an SD card slot, but it does not have an LCD screen. I would love to know if this is provisioned for an LCD screen. Is that an accessory we can add? Because being able to be completely offline would be a pretty nice little feature. That's one of the things I liked about the longer laser, is that you can operate that completely offline. Okay. Getting the protective caps installed, which I do like. Nice thing about a rugged phone, you can get away with doing that. There we go. That is our main frame. I estimate that's my projected lifespan. I figure I got 20 years left. If I get rid of the weight. If I don't get rid of the weight, I got 5 years left. I'll die of a heart attack within 5 years if I don't get rid of this weight. That's just a realistic fact. That's not a depression thing or anything like that. It's reality. If I successfully get rid of, at least 150 pounds of weight, I could reasonably expect to live another 20-25 years, maybe. I'm 45, so 25 would bring me to 65, and in all probability, that's probably the most I can expect. I could maybe live longer, but the probabilities decline quite rapidly after that point. What do we get next? Yeah, these instructions are not very useful, Comgrow. You need to work on the instructions. So let's go back to the video. The fact that they even talk about, well, they don't actually talk about it, they kind of show it. Adjusting the eccentric nuts is good, because that is something you will need to do. Okay, so that's going to go on the front. Which way does the laser mount face? Laser mount faces the logo. Okay. So that means the front face right there needs to go in the same direction as the logo. Why won't that go on? That one went on. And you're about to. There we go. Oh, that was way over tightened. No wonder that didn't want to go on. What the hell? Seriously? You sent 2 wrenches and neither one fits. Really? Come on, guys. Still too tight. Too tight. There we go. Now how's this side? Oops. You little bastard, I knew you were going to do that. And that one actually feels good. I'm so tiny. How's that? So that feels good. I like that. Be very gentle with that. Okay. Let's get this all unwrapped. This is going to be end stop. And these are going to screw into here. What do we install the motherboard with? Also, you need to work on the language. Take out the X-axis kit and embed it into the gantry along the V-slot of the Y-axis. So that should be, take out the X-axis gantry and install it onto the V-slot rail of the Y-axis. Not a big deal, just a proper conversion to English. M58, that is going to be this one and this one, looks like. These look like M58s. Actually, it looks like all M58s. Looks like everything else in the kit is M58. That's good. Unified bolt usage does help with stuff like that. Now you see, this is part of making it more difficult than it needs to be. Spot cam. Let's bring that over here. So the problem you're going to run into here is that you got to install this bolt, but you gave us short wrenches. And by giving us short wrenches, it's going to be a real pain in the butt tightening these bolts. Had you included full length wrenches, this bolt would likely be, this wrench would definitely be above the top of this, and installing this bolt would be very easy. But because you gave me short wrenches, and because you made that so close, I have to turn it in like this. And that's a real pain in the butt with these kind of wrenches. So we are going to use one from another printer. See what I mean? See how much easier that is, the longer wrench? Yeah, don't cheap out on the wrenches. You know, include, especially over here, where the wires are directly in the path of the bolt hole. Zupa. Look how much easier this is with the long wrench. Easy peasy, yummy squeezy. Not a Zupa like that guy. Okay. So yeah, include longer wrenches, guys. They don't cost that much more. Okay. What's next? It's not a matter of why won't I live 20 years, it's predicting how long I'll live. And I predict probability says if I lose weight, I probably have a pretty good shot at another 20-25 years. Anything beyond that, the probability starts to decline. The average lifespan in America is 63 years old. So my projected lifespan is going to be 63-year-old plus or minus whatever percentage based on my genetic code and luck. So realistically, 20-25 years. Okay, we're installing the 4 support feet. What? You're kidding. What? Oh, I see what they did. I see what they did. So the way this is going to work is we are going to install these little support feet. And they're going to install like this. Just like that. Which means that these need to actually come off. Because they included T-nuts, not hammer nuts. So, bolt, T-nut, or square nut, second bolt, square nut goes inside the extrusion, second bolt goes in the pre-drilled hole, and there is your feet installed. Again, inclusion of a longer wrench makes installation significantly easier because now I'm not bumping into the foot of the printer or the laser engraver. So don't cheap out. Include longer wrenches. So it's not a matter of I won't live 20 years, is that probability says I probably have a life expectancy of about 20 to 25 years. Now granted, that is only, well, I can't collect retirement until 70. The probability of me making it to 70 drops dramatically. Retirement age is no longer 62. It's now 70. For us poor people. So I will have to work every day of my life until I die. Shit happens. There is no retirement for people like us. I do like the fact that it has all 4 feet. I actually really like that. I don't like when they... I guess it's okay if they use the box as a foot. That actually does kind of make some sense. Actually, that kind of makes a lot of sense, actually. That one's going to go there. This one's going to go here. My mouse is screaming to be charged. And, so when you run the numbers, if I lose weight, if I don't lose weight, I got 5. I'm dead man walking if I don't get rid of this weight. I'm 450 pounds. I don't care what kind of genetic lottery I won. Your body's going to break down eventually if you don't get rid of that kind of weight. So I got to work on that. You know, that's a me problem. That's a mental issue I have to work on. And, but on the assumption, because I'm optimistic, on the assumption that I managed to successfully rein in my weight, I do have good genes. My family is long-lived. You know, we have a lot of centenarians in our family. You know, a lot of our family lives to 100 years. And so it's just a matter of me getting in shape, getting healthy. I'm going to try to get out and do more photography and do more geocaching, because those are both physical activities that I can do. Yeah, well, that's the first step of the battle, is recognizing that there is a battle. If you think it's somebody else's battle, you're in for a rude awakening, because no one else is going to care about you but you. It's sometimes difficult for me to do 2 things at once. I think I can do it too. I know I can do it. It's just a matter of the appropriate level of willpower and execution. You know, actually getting it done. That's one of the reasons I'm really hoping that the guy follows through and helps me get the shed done. I don't want people to think I'm making excuses. Maybe I partially am making excuses, but they're legitimate excuses. At 450 pounds, there is a limit to what I can do. I can't go running. That's not going to work. Just do the math on 450 pounds and the G-load on your knees. I mean, hell, I can't even afford the shoes to do that. You know, my shoes are $150, $200 if I don't buy Crocs. And you really shouldn't be exercising in Crocs. That's asking for a bad time when you're somebody my size. I like these feet. They look great. Now, it will sit like that. Very nice. I actually like that a lot. Oh, phone. In the car? Nope. As of right now, there is nothing I can do about it. I know the battery's bad. Nissan knows the battery's bad. And they won't do anything about it because they've rigged the system to not report that the battery is bad when it's bad until it passes a particular threshold, which my battery has not passed yet. They won't recognize it as bad. They have arranged it so that hang on, this is going to go here. What is this? That's just styrofoam. Okay. Why would they put one limit switch but not put the other limit switch? Why have just one limit switch? Unless there's a second one I can't see. Wait a minute, this uses dual Z motors. That's interesting. Oh, there is a second step. Limit switch right there. Okay, so this home's left and back. Okay. Yep, we'll be using Lightburn. So I know there's bad battery cells in the battery. Nissan knows there's bad battery cells in the battery. The tech knows there's bad cells in the battery, and they won't do anything about it because their system won't let them. And they've designed their system to minimize their liability in replacing batteries, even though the battery is bad. So, for example, I took the car to them while it was under warranty, and they said there's nothing wrong. It's normal, even though I knew it was not normal. They knew it was not normal. We all knew it was not normal, but their system said it was normal, therefore they can't do anything about it. Then now the car is out of the 5-year, 60,000 mile warranty, but the battery is still covered. The problem now is they have declared that they've done all the testing they can, and that the only thing they can do now is drop the battery to do further testing. That's over $700 that I have to pay for in advance, which is one issue, but okay, I can live with that issue to a certain extent. The problem is it's Russian roulette. Literally, they spun the barrel of a gun and they put a bullet in it. The problem is they added a second bullet just to increase their odds. They have prepared a prearranged defense to be able to void the warranty on the battery if they want to. They have said there looks like the possibility of rodent damage to the battery harness, which first of all would be their problem, because if they designed it poorly enough that a rodent could get to it, that's a design flaw, not an issue that should be my responsibility. On top of that, if they declare the battery is unsafe, they will not reinstall the battery. So if I pay them the $700 to drop that battery, and they declare this battery is now unsafe, your only option is to pay us $8,000 to replace the battery, because we will not force our tech to reinstall an unsafe battery. On the one hand, that makes sense because it's a 400-volt DC battery pack. If he touches something he shouldn't touch, that battery will fucking kill him. The problem is that leaves me with a paperweight. Matter of fact, that leaves me with 2 paperweights. That leaves me with a 700-pound useless battery and a 3,500-pound useless car with no battery in it, that I now have to somehow figure out how to tow these 2 useless components home. So now, not only have I paid $700 for nothing, but I am now without a car. And I now can no longer sell the car because no one's going to buy the car with no battery in it. At least not for anything more than scrap value. And they know this, which is why they said it. And they've prepared the groundwork for denying a warranty claim by declaring rodent damage. So I was like, okay, can you give me a bill for a new battery that says rodent damage? Because if you give me an $8,000 and $900 bill, because, you know, $784 to drop the battery, plus the $8,000 for a new battery, so that's about, $9,000. I was like, can you hand me a bill for $9,000 that says rodent damage? Because I can then hand that bill to my car insurance company, and my comprehensive car insurance will cover that. No, they can't. Can you tell me if there is any non-warranty reason besides rodent damage for which you would not be able to reinstall the battery? Because then at least I will either have the same malfunctioning car I have now, or my insurance will pay for a new battery. They told me, no, they can't give me that either. And I was like, then I can't have you pull the battery. I cannot end up stuck with a non-functioning car. That's not an option. You don't get to make that option. That option is off the table. If there is any possibility I will be stuck with a non-functioning car, this conversation's over. I can't do anything. And they've arranged that on purpose. It's like, do you always have to try to fuck everybody over? Is it really impossible to play fair? Is that really so hard to do? You know, why is it so goddamn hard to play fair? Well, oh shit. I just closed the browser. Are you fucking kidding me? You motherfucker. Why is this taking so long? There. Well, the septic tank is a similar situation, but no one's doing that to me on purpose. The car, they're doing it on purpose. You know, my only remedy would be to sue them. But how do you prove it? And now I have to pay for a lawyer, and I probably won't get my costs back. And the lawyer will probably cost as much as the test, which still leaves me in the same problem. It's, you know, I just want them to play fair. I just want them to be honorable. That should not be a difficult thing to ask. That should not be asking a lot. Oh, it wants to stop there. Okay. And they've destroyed an ambassador for their cars. I praise their cars to everybody. I tell everybody these cars are amazing. They're awesome. I love it. And I really do love my car. I really do like my car. But I can't suggest a car to somebody if the manufacturer's going to screw you over. I mean, we're not talking about something gray here. The fucking car turtles at 70 miles an hour with a full charge. Instead of going, yep, that's a problem, let's take care of it, they go, nope, we got to perform further tests at your expense because we want to try to find a way out of covering this. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to find an out to not cover it. My Nissan Leaf. I mean, it's got 45,000 miles on it. It's 5 years old, and it's got 10 capacity bars, which it should have 9. There's no reason that car at 45,000 miles should have 10. I lost that second capacity bar at 32,000 miles. That's unheard of. May hit me up on what? So the car is already, even with their software, which is rigged to misreport the health of the battery in favor of Nissan. So the car does not correctly report the health of the battery. It errors on the conservative side to the benefit of Nissan. And, so even though the car should have about a 95-mile range right now, instead I have a 47-mile range. I can go about 47 miles before the battery is fully depleted. That should be a battery with like 6 or 7 capacity bars. yet the guessometer is still reporting I have 10 battery bars, which is not possible. You can't have both. You can't have a 47-mile range and 10 battery bars. You can't have both conditions. Oh, the cameras. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll let you know what I have. And on top of that, I have video of me accelerating down the highway. I'm reaching 70 miles an hour. The speed limit is 75. So I hit 70 miles an hour, and the fucking car goes into low power mode. It turtles. You have any idea how scary it is to have your car slow you down to 25 miles an hour while traffic around you is doing 75? That's outright dangerous. And then once the load on the battery abates, the car returns to normal, and I can accelerate again. Now, anybody with half a brain is going to tell you exactly what's wrong with that car instantly. So, how many of you guys know how to mess with lithium-ion batteries? How many of you can tell me exactly what's wrong with my car? Because that's all the data you need. We now know exactly what's wrong with the car. I don't even have to perform any more tests. I know what's wrong with the car. Why isn't my cursor blinking? Oh, a button was being pressed. Okay. I can tell you exactly what's wrong with the car. Anybody who's familiar with lithium-ion battery packs can tell you exactly what's wrong with the car. Instantly. There are 92 batteries inside of my car. It's a 400-volt battery pack, but all lithium batteries are 3.7 volts or 4.2 volts, depending on the battery chemistry. You're going to be anywhere between 3.7 and 4.2 volts, depending on the particular chemistry. Lithium-ion, lithium polymer, lithium iron phosphate. Let's call it 3.7 to 4.2 volts. I think it's actually 3.7 for this car. So well, obviously you can't go anywhere with 3.7 batteries. No shit! But I didn't have a choice. The car wouldn't go. The motor turned off. Now, of course, once the motor re-engaged, I was able to re-accelerate again. And, so we'll put this on the outside so that it cannot interfere. Then I just accelerated slower. You know, I brought it up to 60 and then I eased it up to 70. And then it was fine. But what happened is there are 92 batteries inside the car. And those batteries all have to be balanced. Well, why is that on the screen? Let's switch back to this. Those batteries need to be balanced. So they all need to be about the same voltage. What's happening in my car is I have bad batteries. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many there are. There are few batteries in the car that are bad. So what happens is when you place a load on a battery pack, the voltage is going to sag. So if this was a graph of your batteries, you're going to see the voltage go and come back when you take the load off the batteries. So what's happening is this is happening. You're going, and a couple of the batteries are dropping substantially more than the other batteries. So while all these batteries are sagging to 3.6 volts, these two cells are sagging to 3.1 volts. Now, lithium-ion batteries are fucking dangerous. If something goes wrong with a lithium-ion battery, they vigorously re-kit themselves into their constituent atomic components. Meaning they catch fire and they burn. So you don't want to fuck with lithium-ion batteries. It's one of the reasons lithium iron phosphate is a lot safer. It does not self-combust like that. But it's lower capacity, lower energy density. Which is why they don't use them. The battery has what's called a BMS, Battery Management System. That battery management system has a connection to every single battery in the car, and it monitors the power level of every single battery. So it can tell that, you know, battery 2 and 3 are dropping out lower than batteries 4 and 5. And what it can do is, if the battery drops too low, it'll actually disconnect those cells from the system. It'll actually stop using those cells that are too low in voltage to avoid undervolting them and destroying them. So to save itself, it will cut those batteries out of the circuit. Well, now all of a sudden, instead of having a 400 volt battery, you have a 370 volt battery. Now you no longer have enough power within safety tolerances to handle the electrical load you're applying to it by accelerating hard to 75 miles an hour. And so to protect itself, this all makes sense. It's doing its job to keep the car from turning into a bomb. The car says, wait a minute, I am now drawing too much power to be safe from this battery pack. And it goes into what's called turtle, where it limits the available power to the battery, which is going to limit you to 28 miles an hour, which is why the car slowed from 70 to 30. And then once the power draw on the battery was taken away, those battery levels came back up again, back into the safety margin, and the car said, okay, I am now back in a safe range. I'm going to re-enable full power to the car, meaning turn the accelerator back on. So the safety protocols did their job to protect the car, protect you, and protect the battery. The problem is that's really fucking dangerous at 75 miles an hour. That's not supposed to happen at 75 miles an hour. So I did it twice. You know, I hit the car hard to make it accelerate, and turtle kicked in, and the car slowed down. And I have this on video. They don't care. Unless the console system says it meets the requirements to be replaced, they won't do anything. Even though we all know it's bad, they have arranged it in the system that that computer has to say this battery can be replaced. Then and only then will they do it. Even if they know it's bad. Because it saves them from having to warranty batteries. If they can delay that long enough to 8 years, then you're screwed. And so the result is I have a car that I still owe $2,000 on that I can't even go 50 miles. It's worse than my fucking 2012 with a 24 kilowatt battery is. And there isn't a goddamn thing I can do about it. Well, I could sue them, and I would probably win, but I can't afford that. I'm not made of money. And they know it. And so they get away with not supporting a car that has a bad battery, and they know it has a bad battery, and they get away with it. And there's nothing I can do about it. Actually, lithium iron phosphates are actually cheaper. They're sort of more money, only because they're not as common. But if they were to mass produce them on the same scale as lithium ion, they're actually cheaper. So the moment they started mass producing, oh yeah, much safer. The problem is lower power density, which means the range of your car gets smaller. That's why they're not using them. Sure, you could put a bigger battery in the car, but now the car costs more money. Now you can't sell the car for $30,000. So it's kind of and they're much safer. Yeah, because they don't drop out as much. The number of charge cycles you can put on a lithium iron phosphate battery is dramatically higher. Oh no, your range does not stay the same. Your range drops the same amount mine does in the winter time, and your range drops the same amount with age as the car gets older. The difference is you have so much more range than you need that you don't notice the range change. When you have a 100-mile range and you lose 15%, it doesn't matter. Or it does matter. It's huge. It's devastating because now the place 50 miles away that you could reach before, now you can't reach that place anymore. But when your car has a 360-mile range and you lose 45 miles, 15%, you can still go 315 miles. So it doesn't affect you. You're losing the same range I am. If I had a 400-mile range battery pack, I wouldn't notice the range change either. The difference is filling up my tank costs $3, while filling up your tank costs $100. That's the difference. And I'm willing to live with those differences to only have to pay that $3. If less. Yeah, about $3. But I usually only put in like 24 kilowatts, so it's like $2.40. $2.60. That's what it cost me to recharge the car. Yeah, now 288 times your 34-gallon tank. Or 35-gallon tank, however big the tank is in your truck. Oh, it's a car. Okay. I thought we were talking about a pickup truck. Oop. Shit. I put it on upside down. Because I'm an idiot. Yeah. Well, my car will whoop your car's ass most likely. My whole shot off a red light. There are plenty of cars out there that can kick my ass, but most cars, even decent performance cars, can't touch me off a stoplight because I only have 221 foot-pounds of torque. That's not that much, really. Stinger, you're lightweight. You might be able to out-accelerate me if you're really good. Maybe. Yeah, those cars are fun. What's a good price for a Canon D70? I actually have two D70s. Where are they at? That's a D40. Where's my D70s? Here's one. So here is that's a 20D. It's a Canon EOS 20D. Here we go. Here is I got two of them. Two D70Ss. So I actually have two of those. And so the D70s I like. They're pretty decent. And they have a decent shutter speed, and they also have some dedicated buttons.
which is nice. Why isn't it taking a picture? Do I have a... Oh, I don't know. Do I have a memory card in here? Yeah, I have a memory card in here. Oh, it's telling me to format the card. It doesn't like this card? Oh, there it goes. 108. Not bad. What, 3 frames a second? 4 frames a second? But, and that's with a slow lens. I don't have solar panels yet, no. But, yeah, D70S. I have 2 of them. I've got all the replacement parts coming in. I got the eye cup coming in. This one's got the shield for the LCD screen on the back. I'll have a 300mm lens to go with it. So if you're interested in the D70S, I got you covered. So my car has 221 foot-pounds of torque. If you're a car guy, you know that's not very much, really. Yes. So you know that 221 foot-pounds depends on what it comes with. There we go. Well, that's not, actually that doesn't even matter either. My car's actually pretty heavy. That doesn't matter. Here's the thing. My Geo Metro that I used to have has 49 horsepower. But if you're a car guy, you know it doesn't actually have 49 horsepower. It has 49 horsepower at 6,500 RPM. From a red light, I have 8 horsepower. So I only have 8 horsepower when I put it in first gear and I take off from a red light. And as my RPMs go up, my horsepower goes up because of torque. Well, here's the thing about an electric car. I only have 221 foot-pounds, but I have 221 foot-pounds 100% of the time. So whether I'm doing 60 miles an hour and mash the pedal, or if I'm at a stoplight and mash the pedal, I have the full 221 foot-pounds on command at all times. Which means, with the exception of the soft start, so the car eases into the power to avoid you shearing the crank bolt off the engine, because you can. Besides that little bit of soft start, I have 100% power from 0. Which means when I hit the pedal, okay, so you car guys who have an imagination, you'll understand what I'm talking about. So you're in your car and you're first gear, all right, and you hit the gas. It's like here's an electric car. Throttle limiter at 94 miles an hour. It pulls you into your seat, and then this is where it gets fun. It never lets up. That acceleration as it drives you into your seat and your hands are pulling away from the steering wheel is 100% from 0 to 91 miles an hour. And then from 91 to 94, it eases up a little bit until you hit the speed limiter of 94 miles an hour. There is nothing like it. That continuous, constant acceleration that never lets up is addicting. addictive. Oh my God! It's like a rocket. It's permanent torque. The acceleration hits you, and then after about a second, you realize it's not letting up. It's still pulling. You hit 30, and it's still pulling. You hit 60, it's still pulling. It's addictive. Even this the cheapest electric car money can buy, and the acceleration is still addictive. Guy pulls up next to me with his VTEC, and I just dust his ass through the light. Now, of course, at 30, he blows by me, because, I've hit my limit at that point. But, oh my God, the look on their face when his little Nissan just destroys them in the whole shot. It's addictive. It's a very fun car to drive. I mean, you don't got the vroom and the vibration and the noise, but it's a fun car. And you actually have to be careful because you'll drain your battery fast if you keep leaning into that pedal, because the car is capable of drawing 80 kilowatt hours into that battery. The car only has 30 kilowatt hours of capacity. In theory, you could drain that battery dead in 20 minutes. It's like nothing else. It's like nothing else you've ever experienced. Well, if you ever got on, that slingshot ride, the ride where you sit in the seat and you go up to the top, and then it's weightlessness, and then sometimes it'll do it a second time. That one, all it does is accelerate you up a pole. Imagine that, but it never stops. You just keep going. It's so bloody addictive. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous just how addictive that is. I didn't really understand motorheads until that, because none of my cars really had a lot of acceleration. I actually do. Do you know what the fastest car I have is? I have an 8-second car. It's actually not a car. I actually do have a car that's faster than my Nissan Leaf, and it's my Nissan Quest. My Nissan Quest is so bloody fast. It's like, holy shit. What the hell? It's a 5,600 pound minivan, but it's got a Maxima engine in it. It's got the 3.5 liter V6 Maxima engine in it. And man, it actually growls. Like, I accelerate, you can hear my engine. Like, it actually has that growl. It's like, it's a minivan! I can do 0 to 60 in 8.2 seconds! In a freaking minivan! It's wonderful. Alright, this one needs to be adjusted because that head is wobbling, which is actually not that big a deal for a laser since nothing touches the head, but we might as well tune it to tighten it up. There we go. Nice and tight. Well, now isn't that interesting? Hey Logan, I'm on a live stream. What's up? Hey, if it's real quick. Yeah, you have to pull them down, and you have to spray the headliner adhesive on both the headliner and the fabric. wait until it's tacky, and then put it back up. It's a pain in the ass, and it's a whole lot easier if you take it out of the car. Yeah, it's not fun. Okay, bye. Is it? Yeah, this is another laser from Comgrow. So, the laser head impacts with the frame before the limit switch is activated. That means I need to move that limit switch. So we have to adjust that limit switch farther out without breaking it. It should be as simple as loosening the... Where's that other wrench? This will do. It should be as simple as loosen the grub screw, move it, retighten it. Oh, it is. Okay, it does move. Good. There we go. Now it doesn't hit. Okay. Let's plug in the laser head and the limit switch. Or fan. Okay. I do not see any components with which to adjust the laser height. So it says here that it has to use a PC connection. So why does it have an SD card slot? And it talks absolutely nothing about adjusting the height of the laser head. Not good. So the hardware needs a tiny bit of improvement, and the biggest flaw in this machine is the instructions. Those instructions need a lot of work. A lot of work. Let's see here. Where's my limits? Is it over here? Yeah, it's over here. So it's going to home in the corner here. I think I'm all done. There is a connector on here, exposed on the outside here. It's an 8-pin socket. I'm hoping that means they have considered adding offline functionality with the addition of a screen. So hopefully that is something that it is intended to eventually have. Let's get our protective caps on so this thing doesn't slice me up. At least on this end. There we go. Looks nice too. It's a nice looking machine. Oh, we have a little bit of cable management here, but where does this go? I'm not sure. Can I reach the other end? That is going to be our limit. And yes, that is long enough for me to secure that on the outside. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't see a need for this. I can just use a zip tie and secure them both through the hole here.
Excuse me, I did not give you permission to do that. Come on. And the zip ties suck. That one won't even tighten up. That one tightened up. Alrighty. Cable management is taken care of. Good. That stays outside of our range. Okay. That's a garbage cable. You can tell it's not a good quality cable. But this is only drawing 4 amps, so I'm not worried about that. They have 3 versions of this with the 1.6, the 5, and the 10 watt lasers. So you can pick the power level you need for the price that you want. Okay, it turns on. That's a good sign. Decent cable. Nice long cable. I like that. Plenty of length. Alrighty. Alright. We can put the monitor on here. Actually, I wonder if that I wonder why it doesn't show up. Why is this taking so long? Oh, by pure dumb luck, I got that right. Woohoo! I probably would have sucked to plug that in backwards. See his ear picking nail?
Alright, so it does not say anything about setting it up. Are you going to be posting more on your other channels soon? Yes. I need to get off my ass and start posting more there. Okay, so let's bring up Lightburn. So I can stick this one over here too. There we go. Let's see. Okay, we are homed. Let's see. Oh, really? I got several channels, although I got to start using them more. I have a politics and discussion channel. I have a Life and Nerds channel, and I also have a rocketry channel that I need to start working on as well. If you go to nerds.com, if you go there, you'll get links to all of my stuff. Okay. Let us... This is not working. Okay, why is it not communicating properly? Let's see. Settings.
Yeah, there's light burn. Let me make it a little bigger. It homes. Is it possible this is not an actual circle? Did I mess it up? I mean, that is a circle, right? We're definitely connected. How do I test fire the laser? How do I turn the laser on? Why don't I see the option I had before? Device settings. Here we go. Where the hell is the laser fire button? I don't have a laser fire button. It's enabled, but there's no goddamn fire button. Oh, wait a minute. Alarm 8, homing fail. I don't know. I haven't used it enough yet to give an opinion on that. I bought it. You guys helped me pay for it. You guys did pay for it. Hi. Hi, baby. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay, let's try... It just draws... It just moves one line. It doesn't frame out. And then it dies. What am I doing wrong? Let's copy the memory card to the... Alright, it says it should already be configured. It's already configured front left. It's already configured for 400 by 400. So those instructions do not help me
with making Lightburn work. At all. Let's try something simple. Seriously? Okay. I'm looking at a layer. The hell do you think that is? And that doesn't work. Home. Frame. Why is it telling me I have no layers when I am looking at a layer? I'm literally looking at it. There it goes. Oh, way too big. I try to frame and it crashes. Start doesn't work. Cut might be out of bounds due to overscan settings. Yes, just do it. Okay, it's burning. And it crashed. And it crashed. It's the limit switches. I think it's triggering the limit switches when I give it a command. So I think the cast-off distance has to be increased. I think I know it's wrong. Nope, it crashed again. It's not hitting the limit switches now. It says busy. Just for the heck of it, let's try laser Gerbil. So I don't know if it's a configuration issue or... Okay. COM5, connect. Let's bring it down here. Unlocked. Okay, that's doing something. I think we're burning straight through it. Yeah, I think our power's way too high. So it is a configuration issue with light burn. I haven't even focused the laser yet, so I don't expect this to be very good. We'll see. Just blowing the smoke away. Was one of you guys familiar with Lightburn? Do you know why it won't work in Lightburn? Slurricane? Boy, that was loud. Wow. For something I haven't even finally focused yet, that's not bad. Way too much power. Let's try something else. First of all, can I home? Yeah, it homes. Oh wow, that cut deep too. Let's try that again. But we want to do a vectorize. Next, let's make it 80. A little bit bigger. Boy, I'm only at 30% power, really? There. That looks good. Glasses on. And tell it to burn me. Wow, that crashed it, huh? Now, why did that crash it? Oh, status cooling. Well, what does that mean? It says status cooling. That looks good. And it crashes immediately and says cooling. So I can burn regular line by line, but I can't vectorize? I don't know what's going on with that. It's got to be a configuration issue.
This does not help. Engraving parameters. This doesn't help me. Why the fuck would you use Edge? Okay, that does not help. At all. It moved to here, and now it says status cooling. This is not even warm. I don't know what to do about that. Well, I'm going to have to contact the manufacturer to find out what to do about that. It has to be a configuration issue in the software because we know it works. You know, I was able to burn that. So it works in line by line, but it won't work in vectorize. It's halting. It's like it's waiting for something. Like the software is waiting for something to happen. And it's not getting the reply it expects. And it won't work at all on Lightburn. So I guess that's it. I'll have to contact Comgrow. Their support is usually pretty good. So I will give them the feedback and ask them their suggestions. Most likely they're going to need to send me a configuration file for either Laser Gerbil or Lightburn, because this seems like a configuration issue. It does not feel like a hardware issue. It feels like the software is sending a command or expecting a command and not getting it, so it's pausing until it gets it. So we could try one more thing just to see. Let's see if I can do the line by line again. Alright, it's in alarm status. I can unlock it. Now it's idle. I can tell it to go home. That appears to work. Let's try burning something else. That looks kind of nice.
Let's lower the power. Let's go even lower. Let's leave it at 80. Frame it. Need to move over just a hair. Huh. It's actually using enough power, even in framing mode, to actually mark the wood. So did they send me the 10-watt laser? Let's see if it does it. It's working. I think even 10% might be too much power, though. You guys there? I don't see nobody chatting. Audio's working. Just not used to you guys being so quiet. So the machine's working fine. It's a configuration issue in the software. Let me get you a little closer. So this is definitely just a configuration issue in the software. I gotta figure out how to make the software talk to the laser properly. This is the only mode that seems to work line by line. This is dithering. I lowered the max power down to 10%. Actually, I am seeing color. Damn it, that looks pretty good. Holy crap. That actually looks nice. Ouch. That actually looks really nice. Oh, I do not want the light on. Huh, damn, that actually looks good. I think I accidentally got pretty close to the proper focus, because that looks clean. I hope they do make an offline mode. I'd really like to have a screen, put an SD card in there, load up my G-codes in there. I think we can shrink this down a little bit and make this a little larger. I can't believe I got that focus. I didn't even try. I didn't even try to focus it. I just set it to approximately what looked right. And that looks fantastic. I love the smell of the laser burning the wood. This wood burning smell is a nice smell. Good Morning Vietnam. What movie was that? Was it actually called Good Morning Vietnam, or was it something else? Apocalypse Now. I think the power is still too high. You know, I need to lower it down to like 5%. What I wish they had a top screw, so I can just turn the top screw to adjust the focus, a fine adjustment, without having to loosen the 4 knobs and roughly move it. Yeah, it's still too much power. It's gonna look nice, but it's too much power. I need to lower the power more. Yeah, this is a. There's not a lot of force on the head, so 3D printing is perfect for it. No, I give him credit for that. That's a nice looking render right there. I don't think I've ever actually done something with lots of gradations like this before. Do you have a preferred adjuster that you like, Kieran? Is there one that you've used that you like?
I'm Groot.
Hey, if any of you haven't signed up for Ibotta yet, it's a couponing app to get coupons when you go shopping, for groceries, food. And it's just normal coupons, but you get cash. Anybody who signs up using my Ibotta link at Norris.com, they're currently giving $10 for referrals, which is pretty damn nice. This really looks pretty nice. But once you've burned it like that, too much power means you don't get as many of the grayscales you want. So but the thing is, I'm already running at 10%. So I wonder if this is the 10-watt laser. So the next time I'll just drop it down to 5%. And see if I get, better grays. Although it might just be the glasses. It could just be the glasses. Because it's looking really nice.
I wonder how much char there will be in there, too. It'd be interesting. I might try washing it and see what happens. See how much it changes. Top of the head. Just about done. Okay. Oh, wow. I think the only thing I could have done to improve that was increase the resolution. That is pretty. It is not too dark. That is very pretty. Come on. Come on, focus. Why won't this focus? Oh, because it's in the center. There we go. If I put it over here, it'll focus, so I gotta change the angle here. Wrong way. Ah, that's why. That's pretty cool. A little bit. I'm only running at 10% power, so it's not that bad. The first time when I was running at 30% power, oh yeah, it was smoke. But at 10%, it just smells nice. That is very cool. I am very pleased with that. Yeah, that detail came out nice. I haven't even focused it. And that detail came out fantastic. That is nice.
Nice. There's tinfoil in here. No. Ow. Yeah, I'm pleased with that detail. That came out exceptionally nice. You can see it. Yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Very happy with that. Now, I still got to contact Comgrow and find out why I'm having difficulty. For example, it crashes because it says status cooling when I tried to do a vectorize. And I also need to find out why I can't get it working with light burn. It has to be a configuration issue because we just did 2 perfectly good burns. So it's most likely it's the software attempting to send a command and not getting the expected response back from the laser, and so of course it's failing. So I will find out about that, but I'm happy with that. That's great. So that's it. It is 3:30. We're going to call it. I'm going to start making dinner soon, but I have to go make a run to Walmart. Ibotta had Lighthouse dressing and dip for free, 100% rebate, so I'm going to grab a $4 dressing and dip that I'm going to get 100% rebate on. Yeah, I like freebies. So I'm going to go grab that freebie and go from there. So, oh, interesting. Even doing this, it crashed. See how it stopped here? It didn't come all the way back to the beginning. That dot right there is where it stopped. And again, it says status cooling. Like it's waiting. See how I don't have the home button or anything? Interesting. So I'll have to play with that, figure out what's going on with that. But otherwise, the hardware was fine. I had no issues with the hardware except for include more and better zip ties, as it does kind of suck. Wiring management is quite good, although I would like to see this be a little bit longer, the wire going across the x-axis, so that I can pike them up a little bit. Assembling it was nice, except for the directions were not very good. Yeah, this was too much power. So that was at 10%. But also, it's probably not focused properly yet. So I'll have to tweak the focus. It didn't include any kind of aids for focusing. If anybody knows where to get that special plastic laser card that gives you a nice clean dot to make it easier to focus, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, otherwise, it works fine. Too much power on the light burn? You think that's why it was crashing?
Where do I control that? Oh, right here, S value max. So probably change that to 300. Yep. Still crashes. I told it to frame it and it crashed right there. I didn't even tell it to print. I just told it to frame it and it crashed. And once it does that, there's nothing I can do except unplug and restart. Home. Start. And the moment it gets to the point where it's supposed to turn on the laser, it dies. It moves into position, then stops. So it's not firing the laser. And I don't know what else to do. Maybe I slow it down? Oh! That did something. Communications rate was too high. That actually looks like not enough power. Communications rate was too high. Okay, let's stop this. Because I actually want to print this. So let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's try framing it. It still crashes when I try to frame. There it goes. Okay. Stop. Home. Let's go to 600. Let's double the power. That might be enough. No, it still looks too dark, too light. That's at maximum power and it's just barely enough. So I'm not sure how to properly set up the power settings here. Hello, Fragger. Well, so now we know it isn't the hardware, it's the software not being configured to communicate with this properly. So they've got to give me profiles. Oh yeah, I didn't think there was anything wrong with the hardware. I figured it had to be software. And it crashed. Well, it may have crashed, but it did let me reset. Let's try lowering that even more. That is a definite possibility. You are correct. So, I can't see anything with that. Let's try changing the cable. Those blue cables are notorious for being a... Oh, no. I can't reach. This cable is shorter. And I can't move the machine. Oh yeah, I can move it. I'll just use the other side. Oh, that crashed immediately. Yeah, immediate crash. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm done with this for today. I'm going to contact them to get the proper... And I just dumped what? Who knows what. This is... Nothing. To get the configuration for both Gerbil and Lightburn, because obviously there's a configuration conflict. So I am going to consult with them to get the configuration files for these, and then continue playing around with it. And next week we will try messing with the... Yeah, we tried swapping the cables. We just did that. Somebody, was it, Kieran just mentioned that, and we just tried that, and didn't help. And so I will consult with them, see what they say. They'll probably send me a configuration file. And now I got to get out of here. I have a 4 o'clock appointment at Walmart to pick up my groceries, which is in 22 minutes, 21 minutes. So, yeah, we started, how long ago did we start? We started 5 hours ago. What, the grocery pickup? Hell yeah. Grocery pickup is the best damn thing in the world. I don't have to go into Walmart. They don't charge me extra, and Walmart can't automate it. They have to pay an employee to do it. I call that a win-win-win all around. So, cheap bastards. They collect everything for me. If they don't have something I want and they substitute it with something more expensive, they don't charge me the difference. And they can't automate that. They can't use a self-checkout for that. They have to pay someone to bring that out to my car. So to me, that's a good one. That's a good thing. So, all right, I will see you guys next week. We'll play with the cover next week. We'll get this working right. Play with the cover. Go from there. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you to my Patreons for being patrons. Thank you to anybody using my links. Don't forget the links in the description. Most of those are affiliate links. I earn income when you use them. And if you sign up for Ibotta on your cell phone using my code in the description or on Nerys.com, I get $10. So that's an easy way for you to send me $10 without having to spend a penny. You just have to make sure you claim one coupon. You got to sign up and you got to actually claim one coupon. Then I get the $10. And that's it. I will see you guys later. See you next week. Thank you for joining in.